Hello everyone, today we are going to build a full stack booking app and it will be an Airbnb clone. We are going to build it from scratch using MERN stack, so as always MongoDB, Express, React and Node. On the homepage we are going to fetch all places that we can book, and when I click a specific place we can see more information about this place, like title, a link to Google Maps, some photos, and if I click here I can open gallery to see all the photos. Here I can close it. Then on the left side we have description and some more information, and on the right side we can book this place using this date pickers. Then we have some extra information, and that's it for a place page. When we click this user button on the top right corner, we can log in and register. And when we log in, I can go to my account, I can go to my bookings and see all my previous bookings to see all the information about my booking and also see some photos about this place. If I go to my accommodations, I can see all the places I have created and see change the title, address, change the photos, upload more photos, add and change description, remove and add the perks, change the extra information and other stuff like price, check-in, check-out time and stuff like this. Here we can also add a photo using a link to the photo, or we can upload from our computer. This tutorial may look like it's very long because it's around 7 hours, but that's because I wanted to explain as much as possible so it would be easy to follow even for beginners. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put all the timestamps and the source code in the description, and as always all I ask for is that you will smash that like button for me to give me some extra motivation for the future projects, and if you have any questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. Alright, so as always we start with an empty directory here in my editor. As you can see it's Airbnb clone, the directory name, and I will open here a terminal and I will start by installing a React app. But this time we are using Vite or Vite. So let's do yarn create Vite, and now the directory name will be client, and I'll enter. Now as you can see we can choose the framework, and I will pick React, and here I will pick just JavaScript. Now as you can see we get something here inside, and we get the client with React files. So now I can go inside this client directory to start and install React app. So let's go to cd client, and now let's do just yarn so everything will be installed. And here as you can see we have Airbnb clone, and inside we have client directory, and the client directory will be our React app, and then we will also create a new directory here alongside, and it will be API directory for our Express app. So API for Express and backend, and client will be our React app, so our frontend. Right, now everything is installed for our client React app. So let's start it by doing yarn dev, and we get our URL here. So now let's open it in our browser and let's see, and we get our React app here. So I will hide my terminal for now, and now let's open this client directory source, and as always we start with an app.jsx. So on the beginning we will just remove everything here from this return, and I will just leave an empty div here. We don't need this state either, so I will remove this, and I can remove this logo as well. Now I will just add test here so I know everything works. Yes, this one looks nice, and I will also jump into app CSS, and I will remove everything from here as well. Now let's go to app.jsx, and to make our development faster for styling and designing, I will actually install Tailwind CSS for our React app, so it will be much easier for us to style. So let's go to docs and getting started, and let's see, we need to install Tailwind CSS. Let's see, do we need something more? we need for React. So I'll search React, not create React. We are using Vite. So here is what we are going to need. We already created our project, so we can skip this part. We only need to install those three. So I'll open my terminal, a new tab in my terminal. I will go inside the client. So let's do cd client. And now I will do yarn add. I'll make it a little bigger. And let's paste all those three things we need to install. Enter. Let's see what else we need to do. We need to run this npx tailwind init. So let's copy and paste it. Enter. Done. And let's see. Now we get the config for our tailwind. And the next thing is that we need to put this inside tailwind config. So let's open tailwind config. Let's see. Here we have tailwind config. All right. So inside content, we need to have those two. So here, enter, and let's save this. And now inside, let's see, source index CSS. So source and index CSS. We can remove everything from here. And let's just add those three lines here. Now let's save. Let's see how our app looks like. I think it looks fine so far. Let's see if our tailwind works. So let's add a class name called, for example, background red 500. It doesn't, but maybe we just need to restart our app. So let's do this, yarn dev, and now it works. Right, so I will hide my sidebar for now and terminal. Right, so now for now we have just an empty div with test inside. And now we need to build something like this. So we will start from the header where we have a logo, search bar, and login and authentication and user section. So I will put an empty div for now, and let's start with an header. And inside this header we have three things. The first one is a logo, so I'll put just a link for now with class name logo, and maybe we can put some kind of icon inside. I will open hero icons, and let's find something similar to this Airbnb. Maybe I can search for paper plane, yeah, something like this. Let's copy JSX and let's put this inside. So we have the icon, and now as you can see, if I make it bigger, it also shows this Airbnb text here. But I will not do exactly the same title and everything, so I will just put Airbnb. Why not? Let's see how this looks like. Yes, it looks fine. But let's make it, let's rotate this one, and let's put this label next to the icon. So for this SVG, let's see, we have some class names here on the, most likely on the end, class name, yes. Let's do minus rotate 90. So now it's rotated. And let's see, we don't need a logo class name here because we will not add any CSS. Instead, we will do flex here. So those will be next to each other, and we can make the icon bigger. So let's do maybe width of 8 and same for height. Yes, and now let's add items center, so the text will be centered to the icon. Yes, that's much better. Let's add a small gap of 1 from the icon. Yes, that looks good. Now let's see, yeah, the text is bold, so let's make it bold here as well. Let's do class name, and let's do, let's see, bold. I think it should be font bold or text bold. Yeah, font bold works. Maybe we can make it also a little bigger. So let's make text XL. Yeah, I think this will work. We can maybe change it back to Airbnb. All right, so logo is fine for now. Let's add maybe some padding from the left, from the top, from the left, and from the bottom. So here for our header, let's add some class names, and we will add the padding on all sides of, let's say, 2. Let's see how this will look like. Yeah, it looks fine. Let's maybe increase it to 4. Yes, I think 4 is much better. Right, so we have our logo. Then the next part will be this search widget. So for this search, I will put a div here for now. And let's see, what do we have inside? We have a place, a date, picker, and number of guests. And we need to put all those 3 things here inside. So maybe I will just put 3 divs for now. Div times 3, and in the first will be anywhere. Then we will have any week, and then we will have add guests. And I forgot, the last part should be actually a search icon. So I will add here a button that will be used for the search icon. So let's search. Here we have the search icon. Let's copy JSX and let's put it here. Let's see how it looks like. Not that bad. Let's add some class names on the main div here. Let's add flex. So those things are next to each other. Now the logo and this search widget should be next to each other as well. So here on our header, let's add flex as well. And we want to have as much of space between as possible. So let's add space between. So it shouldn't be space between. It should be justify between. Yes, that's better. And now for the search widget, we need to add some border. So let's put it here. So for the main div that holds everything, we need to add this border around with rounded corners. So let's add border and border color of, let's say, gray 300. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, stuff like this. And now we need to add rounded full. Yes, and now let's maybe add some padding. So let's start with padding 2 to see how it looks like. Yes. Let's say that padding on the top and the bottom will be 2, but padding on the side, so padding X will be bigger. So let's do 4. Yes, that's better. Now we have this anywhere, any week, and add guests. And as you see, we need those separator lines between those. So I will add here a div that will be a first separator. And let's see, I will add the classes here that will be flex. Maybe not flex, but we need to add a border on the just border, but only on the left side. So as the border left and the border gray 300. Now let's see if we get anything. Yes, we get this border. Maybe we can remove this border and just keep border left. So it's a thin line here between anywhere and any week. We can most likely just copy this and place here again. So we have also this line between add any week and add guests. But we need more gaps between those things. So here for our main widget, for our search widget div, let's add a gap of 2. Yes, I think that is much better. And let's also add some shadow from this search widget as they have. So let's scroll here to the right side and let's do shadow of the medium, and let's add the color shadow, maybe gray 500. And let's see how it looks like. Oh, that's too dark. Let's do 300. Yes, that's much better. Now we need for the button, we want to make it this color like this one. So I think I would just pick color from here. Let's see, I'll pick this one. And now to define colors, we will go to, let's see, we will go to Tailwind config. Here we have extend, and we will add here colors, and we will add our own color. So let's call this color primary, and primary color will be this one. And now we can go back to our app.jsx. And let's see, we want to add this primary color on this button. So let's do class names and background primary. And now it's this pink color. Let's do text color of white, text white, yes. Let's add some padding of at least 2, yes. And let's do rounded corners, so rounded full. Yes, that's much better. Let's see. The icon can be much smaller and padding can be smaller as well. The padding 1. And for the icon here inside, let's see. Let's do width of 4 and height of 4 as well. Yes, that's better. I think this will work for now. Right, so now for the last part of our header, we need this user widget. So here we have our logo, then we have our search widget here. That doesn't work yet, but we will fix it later. Let's start with just a structure. And the third thing will be this user widget. So let's put the div with some class names, and the class names will be, I guess, almost the same as here, because we need this border and rounded corners here as well. So maybe I will just copy everything from here, and let's see. Let's put those here, and let's see what we got. Yes, we can remove the shadow that we don't need, and we have this weird circle here that we can now put some content into. So we need those 3 bars here, or hamburger menu, and then this user icon. So I'll hit enter here, and we need 2 things. The first is this hamburger. So let's search for hamburger. We have bars 3. This is what we need. Copy JSX. Let's put it here. And this is the first thing. And then we need also a user. And well, let's see. We should probably pick this one with a circle, because they have a circle here as well. Maybe we can go with this one, and we can create the circle ourselves. Let's add a user div without any class names, and let's put our user icon here, and let's see how it looks like. Yes, we are almost there. Let's just add the circle for our user. So let's add background gray color of, let's say, 500. Yes. Let's put the text to be white. So maybe our icon will be white. Let's see. Yes, it is. Is this gray too dark? No, I think it's all right. But they have this user icon that is filled in. Our user icon is not. It's just those lines. Let's see if we can find solid. Yes, let's take this one instead. I will paste it here, and let's see. Yes, that's much better. Now let's add some rounded corners. So let's do rounded full. Yes, and now we need some padding. So let's do maybe padding 1. Yes, and let's see how it looks like here. I think they actually have some border here. Let's see. Yeah, I will remove this padding 1, and I will try to add border instead. Let's do border and border gray 500. Yes, and now we want to move the icon down a little bit. So for this SVG, let's add the relative, and let's do minus top minus 1. Sorry, not this way. Let's do bottom. Or we could actually do just top 1, and it would be the same. So now we have it. Now let's do that everything that is outside of this div is not visible. So let's do overflow hidden. Overflow hidden. So we see the border. Yes, I think that is much better. Now for this main div here, we have flex, but I think we don't have items center. So now it's more centered, and I think this looks much better now. Yes, I think it looks good. So now the first important feature that we need to build before we put the places and we will fix this search functionality, we need to be able to add places. And before this, we need to be able to register and log in. So the first functionality we are going to build now is register and log in. So for this button here, when we click on it, we should see a register and login page. So to implement the register and login, we will need the React router. So I will open terminal here, and I will open here another tab that is not taken for now. And well, now let's add the React router. So let's do yarn add React router DOM. Yes, now it's installed. So let's go to our app.js. We are inside our app.js. I'll hide terminal for now. And we need to add some routes. So here and down on the beginning of our return, I will start by putting all of the routes like this. And here inside routes, we need to put our first route. So let's do route. And those routes and the route has been imported for me here. So if it doesn't do it automatically for you, you need to add this line here. Right, so our first route will be index route. So let's do route index. And then we will do element. Well, let's leave it empty for now. And let's close it like this. And for element, we need to put our page component, or we could actually put all of this that we have here, but I will cut this for now, and it would be ugly to put it just here. So I think it would be much better to put it as a separate component. So I cut everything that we created, and I will create a new component here, but let's maybe put it into a separate directory. So I'll create a new directory here called pages, and inside this pages I will put a new file called let's call this one index page.jsx. And on other tutorials I was doing just .js, but as you can see, where we started with Vite, it put JSX into our React component file name. So that doesn't really matter if you do .js or JSX. It's not that much of a difference, but for now we will just follow what Vite suggests, so .jsx. But here inside our file, let's see, we are inside index page JSX. Let's do just export default function index page, and here we will just return and the things that we just cut from the app.js. Now if I save it, let's go back to app.jsx, and now we can add here our index page component. So the index page, and it has been imported for me here. Now let's save, and now it looks like it works almost. Let's see if I change this path to index to just path / no. So the last thing now to make our routes to work, we need to go to main JSX, and here inside we need to add we need to put browser router. So let's do browser router like this, and the closing part should go after our app. I'll put here some indentation. Now try to reload. Still nothing. I will try to, let's see if we just restart our app. Right, then now let's go to our app.js and let's see. Here we have element, and this is where we got this wrong. It should be actually index page like this, and now it works. I will hide terminal for now, and now let's add another route for our register page or register login. So let's say we will start first with login page. So inside pages, I will create a new file called login page.jsx, and here inside let's do just export default function login page, and here let's just do return, and login form should go here. All right, so now let's try to put it inside app.js. So let's do a new route, and the path to this route will be actually /login, and the element will be login page like this, and here we're closing the route. And now let's see if we just visit /login, we have a login form should go here. Right, but first we need to fix that we can actually click on this icon here, or this button. So let's go to index page, and let's see, here we have this last part of our header. So instead of this div, I will actually use link, and this link has been imported from React Router DOM, and we need to add here too, and here we will have just /login. So now we should be able to click on it, and it should go to /login. Right, but as you can see, this header that we created should be even visible on our /login page, and there will be probably a footer on the bottom as well. So to fix this, let's start first by putting all the header as separate components, or just a separate component. All this header I will grab it from here, and so this will be empty for now. And inside our source, I will put our header as a separate component. To do header.jsx and export default function, and let's do header, and here we'll just return all of this. And now we can put header into our index page. So let's do header. Yes, that's much better. But now instead of putting header again into our login page, and then we will need also footer. So both header and footer into login page and other component, other pages, we will actually create a template, or maybe rather called layout. So let's go first to our source, new file, and let's call this one layout.jsx, and let's do export default function layout, and let's do return parentheses, and here inside let's start with a div. And now inside our layout we want to first have our header, and then we want to have content of our page. So for index it will be like some random places. Here for login page it will be this login form. So to make it work for our layout, we will use a component called outlet from our React router, outlet like this, and it has been imported for me here, as you can see. And now let's see, we have our outlet, and now we probably can use our layout inside our app. So in app.jsx we have our routes, but now we can also add information about our layout. So to use layout, we just define a route, and for this route we will define that path will be just slash, we can put it like this, and element will be actually just our layout. So let's put layout like this, and now we will not close our route here, we'll close it like this so we can put some content inside. So we have opening tag of our route and closing tag, and those two routes we'll put them here inside. So now as you can see, the problem is that we have two headers, but this is because we have header inside layout and inside index page. So let's go to index page and let's remove this header, and instead let's maybe put some index page here, why not? And those two are not used, so we can remove those. And now we have index page here, and when we click on the login, we see login form should go here, and we have some header as well. So let's see, login page here, and as you can see, it just returns this login form should go here, and the header is actually from our layout that is defined in app.jsx. So both index route and login route is here inside our route for layout that is opens here and closes here. Right, but now we should add some login form. But before we do this, it will be nice to add this padding that starts here from the header all the way down, either for the content of any page. So let's go to our layout, and we have some div here that we can use. Let's add some class names, and let's add just padding of 4. Now we have some padding here from the left side, but the padding on the header is just too big. So I will go to the header, and this padding 4, let's just remove it from here. Yeah, and now it looks much better. Let's go back to our login page. And now instead of this text, let's put parentheses and an empty div for now. And now let's see, what do you want to have on our login page? We need a form. So I'll put a form here. We don't need any action for now. Let's just put input for email. So let's do type of email. Let's do placeholder youremail.com and another input for password. And the placeholder will be just, well, we can do like this, password. Yes, so we have 2 inputs for email and password. Here we have those curly brackets. We can change those to just like this. And we need also a button. So the button that will say login. Yes, and all the inputs are here, even the button. Now we need to add some styling. So first, maybe for this main div here, let's add some class names, and let's add some margin top of at least 4. So we'll have some spacing from the header. Another thing is, let's maybe add also a header 1 here that will say just login. And for this header 1 or heading 1, let's add the text of, let's see, 4XL. So it will be big. Let's put text center. Yes. Now for all the inputs, I would like to make the input take as much space as possible. But before I will make this form centered a little bit. Let's say that it will have a max width of 2XL, and we will make it center. So let's do margin X of auto. So now it's centered. Let's maybe adjust the border to see how it looks like. Yes, it's this big. Maybe we can make it a little smaller. Let's do XL. Maybe just large, LG. Maybe we can go with just medium. Yeah, I think medium will work well. So now all the inputs should take 100% width of the parent. So I will go, maybe we can add the classes on all inputs, but I think that for the inputs, I can add some default styling here in index CSS. So let's say that for the all inputs or inputs of type text and input of type password, we can add the styling like, let's do apply. So we can apply some classes from Tailwind, and now let's apply width of full. Yes, and that's much better. Let's remove this border from this form so we can see a little better. Yes, what else do we want to apply? We want to apply some border for the inputs. So let's do border. We forgot we have text, password. We need also email, input type email. Yes, and now let's add some margin on the top and the bottom of 2. So we'll have some spacing. We need also padding. So let's do on the top and the bottom, it will be 2. And on the sides, let's do at least 3. Yes, let's do rounded full. So we'll have it like this. Let's see what they use for inputs. Let's see here, login, something like this. Okay, so they don't have fully rounded inputs. We don't need this as well. Let's do rounded medium, maybe rounded large. Yeah, I think rounded large, or maybe let's do extra large will be good. 2XL. Yeah, I think we will have 2XL. All right. So we have email and password input. Maybe margin 2 is too much. Let's do just 1. And now let's add some default classes for a button. Here we'll also apply. Let's do background color of gray 300. And let's say that by default, the button will also take as much space as possible. So let's do width full. And now as you can see, it has been applied even for this button here. So maybe I will remove this with full from defaults. But let's see, I will add some classes for the button. Let's do button primary, and let's apply here that the primary button should have a background of primary. Does it work? No, this will actually not work, but we can add the background color from here, and we can go to Tailwind config to just copy this and add it here. Sorry, it probably didn't work because we don't have primary on this button on the login page. Button class name login page, or sorry, just login. So now we have it here. Back to index CSS and button.primary. This doesn't work. We need to remove those. Button with class name primary. Here we have login. It should be primary. Yeah, now we have it. Let's also apply some padding of 2, at least 2, and let's do width of to full. Yes, and let's do text white. Yes, and rounded full. Not full, but let's do 2 XL. Yes, that's much better. And now we can use also button primary for all those classes. Right, now it would be cool to have this add some spacing here. So let's go back to our login page and let's see for this login header. Let's do margin bottom of 4. Yes, so we have some spacing now. It would be nice to center this form here so it will be on the middle. So if we go back to our layout, we can see that this main div has some padding, but maybe we can also make it flex. So now everything is broken, but we can change it to direction, to flex direction column. So let's see, column. So now we have everything as it should be. Default flex is that it should go, default flex is row, so everything will be in the same row, but we set it to be column, so everything will go in one column. Let's see now how big is this main div. So I'll do inspect here. I'll make it a little bigger. Here we have our main div. Let's make it that the minimum height should be actually screen size. Yes, so now this div takes as much space as possible. So now for this div that holds our login page, let's go to our login page. Here we have this div. Maybe we can add a grow on it. So now it will take all the height, and now we can make it centered. So let's add flex here as well, and let's add another div. Let's put everything here inside. And now on this div, let's add the class names of, maybe don't need class names yet, but here we need to add items center. So now it is centered here, but we need to add the space around. So let's do justify around, and now it's in the middle. If we make it this big, but even if it's in the middle, it's in the middle of this container here, and this doesn't include the header. So I want to actually pull it up a little bit. So on this div, I will do negative margin top of, let's do 8. So now it has been pulled up a little bit, or we can add margin bottom of 8 and the result will be the same, but I will do more. Let's do maybe 16 or 32. Yes, that's much better. So now we have our login here. Maybe we can do even more. Let's do 64. Yes, I think this will work. Right, so now we have our login page that looks really nice. Next thing is that we should fix the inputs with a React state, and we should be able to log in. But before we can log in, we need to add a register page. So if we don't have any account, we should have a link here somewhere. Don't have an account, click here to register. So under our login button, I will add a div here with don't have an account yet. And a link to register link. Link like this, closing tag of the link. Link to inside link we will have a register. Oops, and the two will go to /register. Yes, something like this. We need some space here, but in a minute. For this div, let's add some class name of text center. So it's centered. Let's add the padding of padding on the top and the bottom of 2. So we have some spacing, and let's see, instead of register, let's put register now. And now this should work as a link. Yes, it does. Here we need some spacing. So maybe we can put it in one line like this. So we'll have a space here. Maybe we can make this text shorter. No, we don't need to make it shorter, but we can make the text more grayish. So let's do here text gray 500. Yes, and now for the link, I would like to add some class names here, and here I'll add underline and the text black. Yes, and I think this works much better. Right, so now we need to fix a register page. So as you can see, we don't have any route for now inside our app.jsx, and we don't have any route for register. We only have for login. So we need to add first a page for register page. So let's do register page.jsx, and basically we can just copy paste from login. And now let's see, we need to rename this to register page. And if I save, sorry, it should be register. Now we should be, let's also rename this login header to register. And now let's put it inside our app.jsx. So almost the same thing as we have here for login, but here we'll have register and the register page like this. Now let's go back to our register page JSX and let's see. Don't have an account yet, register now, we need to change it. Let's say already a member, login, and this should go to /login. Yes, and now for register, we will need email, password, but we will also need let's say we will also need a name. So I will put another input here, text, placeholder will be John Doe. Yes, and we have 3 inputs for registration, and for login we have 2 inputs. Right, but now we should fix that we can actually register. So for our registration, we will need to add some API endpoint. So let's create our API routes. I will add a new file inside API directory called index.js, not JSX, because this will not be a React component. React is inside client, and here we have our API Express app. So here inside index.js, we need to create a React app. So I will go to here to my terminal. We are inside client. I will go back to just like this, Airbnb clone. Now let's go inside API and let's see. Here inside, I want to install some stuff. I want to first install Express. So let's do yarn add Express like this. And now I can add some basic endpoints. I will hide the terminal for now and the sidebar. And let's use Express. So let's do const Express equals require Express. Now let's define our Express app equals Express. And let's start by doing app. If we do get on /test, it will take the request and response arrow function like this, and it will respond response JSON. Let's say test OK for our test endpoint, and let's do that our app will listen on port. What port? Let's do 4321 or maybe 4000. Yes. And now inside the terminal, we can do node and index.js, but I really prefer to use node1. So let's do node1 and index.js. So it will reload automatically if we change something here. And it looks like it's running. So let's open localhost on port 4000 and let's do just /test, and we have test OK. All right, so our API works. Now we need to add an endpoint for register. So let's now go back to our register page and let's see. We want to send a request to our API Express app. So first we need to add some state for our inputs. So let's here do const. First will be name and set name equals use state. Default will be empty string. So we have for the first input. Then we need for other input will be email, set email, default state empty string. And the third one will be for password, like this. Now let's add our state to the inputs. So let's do on the end, we'll do value on the first, value will be name. And then we need also on change. And on change, we get an event. With this event, we need to do set name with event target value, like this. I will make it, I'll put it into separate lines, so it will be easier to read. And now we need to add the value and change on other two. So let's do value equals email, and on change we will have a set email of event target value. Here I will try to put those into separate lines as well. And the last one will be value of password. And on change, we will have an event and we will run set password with event target value here on the new line, and same with the value. We could even do with the same with placeholder, so it will be easier to read. Now this should work. Yes, it does. So now what? Now we have this login button that will trigger or submit this form that we have here. So let's add here a function that we will define on submit. But let's put this function here. Let's call this function maybe register user. Yes, and this function will be called here on submit, register user. We can call it just register or on submit, doesn't really matter. But here for register user, what do we want to do? We want to send a request to our API. So we can do with fetch as we always do, but I think that we are using fetch many times, and it will be much easier to use Axios this time. So I will open a new tab in my terminal. Let's go to client and let's add the yarn add Axios. So it will be easier to send requests. Now we can do just Axios, and it has been imported for me here on the top. And we can do Axios get, and let's do just /test. But we need to add a different port here. So let's do HTTP, and it's localhost 4000 /test. And let's see if this will work. So I will open my console in my browser here. Let's do console. And one thing I forgot about is that on submit on the form, we need to grab an event and we need to run prevent default, so it will not reload the page. But now let's see if I click, it says login on the button. We need to fix it, sorry. Register. If we hit register, we get Axios error, but yeah, something works. The problem is that we get a course error, and the course error means that our app on port this one can't communicate with our app on port this one. And to allow those two apps to communicate, we need to go to index.js inside API, and we need to add the course specification or course headers. We can add it here into response in every endpoint, but there's an easier way of doing this. So I will go to API, so let's do dot and slash API. And for API, I will yarn add course like this. And now let's see how the course package looks like inside yarn. So to use it, we can do just like this. But first we need to require it. So let's do const, or maybe more to the top, const course equals require course like this. And now we can use it. So let's do app dot and now use. And here we just call course with parentheses because it's a function. But there is more things that we can add. We can add some course options, and we can allow credentials. So let's do credentials. So let's do here, and let's put an object, and let's do credentials to true. And what else do we want to add? Let's add the origin. So let's add origin to tell what kind of app should be able to communicate with our API. So for our API that is on localhost 4000, we want this app to be able to communicate. So I will copy this part and I will just put it inside origin, maybe without this last slash. Right, so now I will refresh and let's see network. I will clear everything here and let's hit register, and the test is called without any errors, and the response is actually test okay as a JSON. Right, so this works. Now we should be able to actually register a user. So let's go back to a register page. Let's see, here we are calling this localhost 4000/test. We want to have another endpoint like /register. But before we do this, this beginning, our API URL, we can define it actually somewhere else. So we can skip writing localhost 4000 on all Axios here. So let's put this part as a default URL inside our, let's see, client source inside our app.jsx. We can probably put it here. So here, let's import Axios, and now let's do defaults, and now let's do base URL equals this one. Yes, now let's go back to register page, and we still get this /test. So let's see if this still works. If I refresh, hit register, and it still goes to localhost 4000/test. Right, so this works. Now, what do we want to do? Now we want to do that we actually will go to send this information to /register, and this will not be a get, this will be a post request, and there's some kind of data that we want to send in this post request. We want to send the name, we want to send the email, and we want to send the password like this. But this endpoint, post endpoint, we need to define it inside the index.js inside the API. So let's do app post and /register, and we'll have as always request and response. Yes, like this. And maybe let's start by responding with JSON with all the information that we are sending. So let's first grab it. Let's define as constants, and let's grab name, email, and password. And we grab it from request body like this. And now let's try to just respond it with name, email, and password. Password. To see if it works, I will open my console, network. Let's see, clear everything here. And let's put test here, and test here. Here we need to do a email. So it's test gmail.com. Let's hit register. Let's see, we get 500 error. Let's see what's the error here. We cannot grab name from request body because it's undefined. Right, let's see the payload. We are sending the name, but we cannot find it inside the body. And this is because we need to parse the JSON from the request first. So here on the top somewhere, let's tell to our Express app, that it should use a JSON parser. So here we just need to add express.json and call it as a function. Now if we hit register again, let's see, we are sending this email, password, and name. And in the preview, in the response, we get the same data. So this works now. Right, so now instead of sending everything that we are sending back, we want to actually register our user. So to register our user, we are going to use Mongo database and we are going to put our user there. So I will use Mongo Atlas as a service for my database. So my database will be available online. You can have a local database on your local machine, but I always prefer to have it online on the cloud. So I will log in with my Google account and I will just create a free database project. So let's do new project and let's call this one booking app next, and let's create project. All right, now let's build a database and we can use this free version. It will work good for us. Here, let's see, we don't need anything special here. So let's just create cluster, and for username, let's maybe just do booking. For password, let's auto-generate this one. I will copy and I will put it here for now. I will change it later so you guys cannot use it. And now let's see, let's hit create user. So the user is created, booking as a username. Let's see, for the IP addresses, and we will hit maybe cloud environment. No, my local environment. I will add my local IP for now. So only my IP can use this database. Let's finish and close. Let's go to the database. And now it is being created. While it's being created, we can install Mongoose. So Mongoose is a package that we can use for connecting to our database. So here in terminal, I will inside API, I will do yarn add Mongoose. And now let's see, it's installing. Now it's installed. And now we can connect to our database. So let's see, somewhere here, maybe between the middlewares and our endpoints, let's do Mongoose. So now Mongoose has been imported for me. Let's do Mongoose connect. And here we need our connection string. Our connection string we can get from here, connect. And let's use connect your application. Here we have our string that we can put here, but we need to replace this password with our password that we have here. So let's put it here inside our app. Yes, the password or even the whole connection string should go to .env file. So maybe let's fix it. This connection string, let's put it into env so everything will be by the book. Inside API, let's do new file and .env, and here we'll put Mongo URL equals this. So we have our connection URL, and now let's try to use it here. So let's do process, environment, and Mongo URL. But this will sometimes will not work just like this. And there is a package that we need to install to load our configuration from .env files. And it's called just .env, like this. Really popular, 100 million downloads, and it's super easy to use. You just require .env and you can call it with just that config. So let's do yarn add .env and let's put it here somewhere at the top. Just paste it like this. We are requiring this .env package and we are running config on it. Right. We have our test endpoint here. Let's see if it still works. Yes, it does. Let's maybe console log our process environment Mongo URL to see if it works. Let's see here. Is it? Yes, it is displayed here, console logged. So everything looks fine. I will remove it now. I will hide my terminal, and we are already connected to our database. That means that we can create a user here. So we are grabbing name, email, and password from our request body. And now inside our database, let's see, I will open the database here. Let's hit browse collections. We want to create collection for our users. So first we need to define this collection. Inside API, I'll create a directory called models. And inside models, we will have definition, Mongoose definitions for all our collections. And the first one will be user. So let's do user.js. And here we can define our user model. So first we need to grab Mongoose. So let's do const Mongoose, Mongoose, require Mongoose. And now we need to define schema for our model. So let's do const user schema equals, and now it will be new mongoose.schema, or we could grab just schema from Mongoose like this. Let's do const schema from Mongoose, doesn't really matter, and this way we can skip this part. New schema, and now inside the schema, what do we want to have? What kind of information we want to have about our user? We want to have a name that will be a string. We want to have an email that will be a string as well. And we want to have a password that will be also a string. But we want to have maybe some more definition on this schema. First, the email. The email should be unique. So let's change it to type string. And let's also add the unique to true. Yes. Let's see. Password is okay. And the name is okay as well. I think this will be good enough. So we have schema here. Now let's create a user model. So let's do const user model. And to create the model, we just need to call a model function from Mongoose. So let's do mongoose.model. First, the model name will be user. And then the second param is our schema. So user schema like this. And now we want to export our user model. So let's do just exports default, it should be module exports like this. Module exports will be user model. Yes. Now this is here inside user. Inside index.js, we can now use our user model. So let's do user, but user model. We cannot auto import it. So I will import it manually. So let's do const user equals require, and let's go to models/user.js. I don't know if .js is needed, but let's add it. And now we can do user, and then now we can find and create. And here we want to create a new user, right? So here inside I'll put an object of our user. So we need to pass all the information. We need to pass name, we need to pass email, and we need to pass password. Now, a really important thing is to not send the passwords as a clear text. So if I put just test here and I hit register, we will have a test here inside, and we will send the test into the database. We don't want to have our passwords as a clear text. Instead, we want to encrypt them first. And for password encryptions, we are going to use bcrypt. So let's open terminal and let's quickly install yarn add inside API bcrypt.js like this. And I will hide this. And now let's use it here. Const bcrypt equals require bcrypt.js like this. And now before we send this password, we want to encrypt this. So instead of sending password like this, we want the password to be encrypted. And to encrypt the password, we can just run our bcrypt hash sync function. And here the first parameter you can see is the string of the password. That is just password. And the next param is salt, or as other call it, secret string. So let's just maybe put it secret, but it's not defined yet. Let's define it here, maybe somewhere at the top. So let's do const secret equals, and maybe, you know what, let's maybe call it something more specific. Let's call it bcrypt salt, as they wanted. And for our salt, we will generate it with our bcrypt. So let's do bcrypt and generate salt. And here we just need to pass runs. If there are more runs, like 12, it will take more milliseconds and will be a little longer. But for us, it can be shorter. It doesn't really matter. It can be 10, it can be 8, 6. Doesn't matter that much. And well, and it will be generated for us. Instead of secret, we'll use now bcrypt salt, like this. And I don't want to remember this password. And now let's see, we are creating a user. This is an async function, so we need to either add .then here, or we can add await here. But because we are adding await, we need to add async here, because now this arrow function will become an async function. Okay, so we are awaiting for creation of a user. Let's see, this function will actually return a newly created user. So let's do user equals this, and don't mismatch this user. This user with lowercase u will be newly created user, and this with capital U is our user model. Maybe we can rename this to make it a little bit simpler to read and understand. I will put user document, and let's just respond with our user document. All right. So now let's try to register. So let's put John Doe. Email will be just john@gmail.com, and the password, let's see, will be just John. I'll clear here and let's hit register, and it's pending. So something is wrong. Let's see inside console here. So something is wrong with our bcrypt hash sync. Let's see. We have hash sync on the password bcrypt salt. Right, so the problem is that this will actually, as you can see in the error, illegal arguments, string and object on hash sync. So here we have a hash sync. We are using hash sync, and the first is string and the other is object. Well, the salt is the secret that should be actually a string, not an object. And the problem is that we here put generate salt, and this is actually an async function. So we need to either put await here, or we can do salt generate salt sync, like this. We can do the same for connect here. We can add await, or doesn't really matter because we'll have enough time to wait for the connection. Right, but let's clear here and let's try again, register. And let's see, register, and looks like everything worked. So as you can see, we get email, name and password we are sending. And in the preview, on the response, we are getting this user document from the database of the newly created user. And we are getting the same email, send name, the same name, and the password is actually encrypted. And we get even the ID of our user. So that is really nice. So after the creation of our user, after we hit this register, what do we want to do? Let's go to our register page and let's see. After we did this, let's maybe add await here, and let's make this function async function register user. We will await for the user, and then what? And then we want to say registration complete. Now we can log in. So let's say here underneath, if registration is okay, we will do just alert, and to make it simpler, we will say registration successful. Now you can log in. Yeah, something like this. So now we will have an error. If I hit register, we will get an error. Let's see. Register. No, it's actually pending. So we didn't even get an error. Let's maybe fix it. Let's go to index.js. And why it's pending? It's pending because, well, let's see here. Do we have an error inside console? Yes, we have an error here. Duplicate key for John Gmail. So let's put this crate into try catch. So let's do try to do this, and then try to respond with this user doc. Otherwise, let's do catch, and let's respond with status. I think it will be 422, and with JSON of this exception. Let's see, statuses HTTP. If this is the correct one, 422, yeah, unprocessable entity, it sounds good. Right, so now if I hit register, let's see, register, we get error, failed, and yes, now it looks nice. We get this, we get this 422 response code. So now we can grab it even for register page. Here we have this Axios. Even here we need to do try catch. So let's try to do this. Otherwise, let's catch exception. And with this exception, we want to do alert, registration failed. Please try again later. Yes. Now let's see if we click register here. Registration failed. Please try again later. And we even get some inside response. We get some information about what the error is about, but we'll not handle it for now. We could change the message to the email is already in use or something like this, but it's not important for now. For now, we need to make this registration and login to work first. Right, so now we can log in with John at Gmail and just John. So let's fix our login page. Let's see, let's open sidebar here and let's see. Inside client, we have sources, pages, login page. Here we have login page, and yeah, here we have login page. So first, for our login page, we need to add the state for our inputs. So here we just need a state for email and password. So let's do email and set email equals use state. Default will be empty string, and use state has been imported for me. Same now for password. And now for the first input, that is mail, let's do email equal, not email, value equals email, and then on change equals event and set email on event target value. Yes, so we have this. Now for the password, we do the same, but with password. Value password on change will be event and set password event target value. Yes, I will put those into separate lines so it will be easier to read. Value here and value here. Right, maybe even placeholders. Yes, so now we have state for our inputs. Now we need to have a submit function for our login. So here on submit, let's see, we had the registered user for register page. Now we can maybe have something more complicated name, doesn't matter. Handle, login, submit. Why not? And let's define it here. Let's do async function, handle, login, submit. And also if we get an event from the form submission and we want to prevent default on the beginning here. And now what do we want to log in our user? Well, to log in our user, we want to do Axios and we want to send a post request to let's say /login. And we want to send both email and password. And well, I think that's it. Let's add a wait here. And let's put it inside try catch. So do try and let's put this and let's add a catch here. And here we'll do alert login failed. And here we'll add alert login successful. Yes. And now this will not work because we don't have this endpoint inside our Express app. So let's add it. We have register. Now let's add for login app that post request at /login. We grab request response with the arrow function here. And let's see. First, let's grab from request body. We want to grab, let's see, we want to grab, oops, sorry, here. We want to grab email and the password from request body. That's right. And now when we have a request and password, we want to find a user with this email. So to find, let's use user model, and let's do find one. And here we want to specify that email of this user should be email that we have as a constant. But because those two are the same, we can do just email like this. And now let's do await here. And this will return, because it's here is await, let's do async here. And this thing will return a user document. So let's do const user document equals this. And now user document can be null. So let's first check if user document. So if it's not null, then we found it. So maybe we can just do JSON, response JSON with found. Otherwise, we can do response JSON not found. And now let's see if we do test@gmail.com and password will be test. Let's try to log in. Let's see, login, and it says not found. But if we do john@gmail.com and we do login, it let's see, login, it says found. So that is all right. Let's see. So we can find our user. If it's found, we want to check if the password is correct. So we have our user from the database, but the password, let's see, I will refresh our collection here, and the password is actually encrypted. So we want to check that the password is the same. So how we can check it? Let's do const password is okay, and the password is okay if the backcrypt compare, is it compare? Yes, it's compare sync. We can use compare synced to check if our password when encrypted will be the same as the password from the user document. So it's the user doc that password. Right, now if the password is okay, let's say that we will do response JSON password okay. Otherwise, so let's do else here, we'll do response JSON password not okay. Now let's try. If we hit login, it says login successful, but let's see on the response password not okay. First, we want to maybe add a status here that is wrong, not 200. So let's do 422. Let's try login again. Login failed. Let's see. Password not okay. Yes. Now let's try with correct password. Correct password will be John, I think, as the login. Login successful. And let's see. The response is password okay. Right. But when the password is okay, what do we want to do? We want to log in user and we want to create actually a JSON web token, and we want to respond with a cookie and encrypted username. So this is the login endpoint, login request that actually sends password is okay. And as you can see here, we are sending even some headers. Here are response headers, but the important part is, sorry, request headers are here, response headers. And here we want to also respond with a cookie. So we want to send JSON pass okay, but we want to send also a cookie. And the cookie will be, let's say, the name of the cookie will be token, and the value of the cookie will be our token that we need to create, but it's not created now. So let's create it here. First, we need to actually install a JSON web token. So I'll open terminal, and inside API I would do yarn add JSON web token, and let's import it here somewhere at the top. Let's do const and let's do JSON web token like this, short version require, and let's do JSON web token. Right, and now to create a JSON web token, we just do JSON web token dot sign like this. And for signing, we want to first pass the information. What kind of information we want to sign into this token? We want to have something about the user. Let's say we will put user ID and the username. So username, or maybe not username, we don't have usernames, we have emails. So let's do email. That will be email from the user doc. So let's do user doc.email. And what else do we want to pass? We want to also pass ID of the user. So let's do ID, and now user doc, but not that ID, because it should be actually underscore ID. Sorry, underscore ID, because IDs in Mongoose database start with underscore, as you can see here. Right, so we will sign a cookie with email and ID of this user. Right, so now let's see. We are signing with this data, this object here, but we need also a secret as another second param here. So I will define the secret here alongside with this salt that we have. Let's say it will be JW token secret. And I will just put a random string here. Doesn't really matter. And now let's use it. So let's do JWT secret. And now there are two ways of using this sign method. You can either do await, or you can do add a third param that will be a callback. Sorry, fourth param would be callback. First, we need to add options as a third param. So let's do like this. And the fourth, so options will be empty object, and the fourth param will be a callback. So let's do empty arrow function, callback like this. And inside this callback, first we get an error, and we get also a created token. And first, let's check if we have error, then let's just throw this error. So it will stop here. Otherwise, we want to respond with our cookie, and the cookie value should be token that we get from this sign method. And well, now it should work. So let's test it. Let's hit login successful. Let's see, login here, preview, password okay. Let's see headers, response headers, and here, as you can see, we get this header set cookie and token to be this value. So this is really good. So now we should have this cookie. I will go to application. Let's see cookies. I don't see this cookie, but this is maybe because let's go back to login page. Here we have this login request, but when it comes to cookies sending between different hosts, different ports, and different domains, we need to, even for Axios, we need to add that it should accept cookies. So let's do with credentials here as a third param to true. And now let's see, let's try again here, john@gmail.com, and let's do, sorry, John here again, John. Let's hit login successful. Let's see, we still don't get any cookie, but it has been set here. Let's see, let's maybe try again to log in. So let's do john@gmail.com and John as a password. Let's go to network, clear everything, login successful. Okay, let's see the response and the request. So response, we get the cookie, and request, let's see if we are sending the cookie. No, we are not. Well, let's maybe put this with credentials true to default. So I'll remove it from here, and instead let's go to app.jsx, and here we have defaults for our Axios. Let's add the default for with credentials to true. Now let's try again our reload here. Let's do John at gmail.com and let's try again John. Let's hit login. Login successful. So we should get a cookie. Yes, we get this token. So now here in the cookie we are setting here, as you can see, we get this small exclamation mark about that this set cookie header didn't specify a same site attribute, and it was defaulted to same site lax, and it was blocked because it came from a cross-site response. So the thing is that we are calling probably because it's a different friend host. Let's see if we change to 127.0.0.1. And now let's see, I will do John at gmail.com and John again. If I do login successful, and let's see, login here, and we get this cookie without exclamation mark. So now we should work. If I hit login again, we get login successful, and let's see, we have a response cookie, but in the request we are sending this cookie as well in the request headers. If you want to have different host names, like localhost and other ports and other domains, you need to add some configuration to the cookie inside index.js. Here, where we are setting the cookie, we need to add an extra information about this cookie, the params. Let's see. Here we cannot pass any other information about this cookie, but well, maybe I think we can. Yes, if we have 3 params to the cookie, we can pass options, and in the cookie options we have something called secure that we can set to false, and even same site, where is it? Same site to be none, and then it will work even for different domains like 127, that is localhost IP, and localhost, that is just a host. But now we are working on the IP, and our API is both on localhost and 127 and 001, and this works as well. Right, but now we can log in. So let's go back to our login page, and let's see, we have login successful, and well, let's say that if the login is successful, we will redirect to the homepage. Let's see. To redirect, we need to have a state. So let's do const redirect, and set redirect. Default will be false. And here, after login successful, let's do set redirect to true. And here where we are doing return, let's check first if we have redirect to be true. And if we do, let's just return. Here we want to return navigate to just slash, like this. And now let's try to log in again. So let's do john.gmail.com, and the password will be John. Login successful, okay. And we have been redirected to the homepage. All right, so now we are at the index page, and it would be nice to see if we are logged in or not. So if we are on the index page, this should be probably different. We should add maybe name or something, so we will know that we are logged in. So how to do this? Let's maybe first open our app.js, and let's see. We have here different routes. Every route is inside this layout. And on every route, we want to actually check if we are logged in or not. So first, I'm going to create a context, and I'm going to create a context so I can provide context information to all possible routes and components from one context. So inside my source here, I will create a new file, and let's call this one user context.js, JSX, because there will be also a component there. And now let's see, let's define a context. So let's say const user context equals, and create context from React, and empty object as default. We can maybe even export this user context, but here I will also export a provider with state. So let's do export function user context provider, and this will be a function that will return, let's say it will just return all the children like this. And for now it will be just not like this children, right? And now I can put this user context provider inside my app here, either app.jsx here, or I can put it into main.jsx. Maybe I will put it into app.jsx, so it will be less code inside the other file, main.jsx. So here I will put user context provider. Yes, it has been imported for me. Closing tag of this user context provider will go here on the end. Yes, and now let's see. Now it's we don't see anything. Let's see, objects are not valid as a React child. Let's see, user context provider. Let's see here what happens if we put children like this. Then it works inside a div, but yeah, we can't have many elements as a direct return of a component, so that's why it didn't work. But now first, instead of this div, we will use user context, and we will do a provider there. So let's do user context dot provider, and value will be empty object for now, but we will also have a state for our user data. So let's do const, and let's do user, maybe just user, and set user, and equals use state, and default will be null. And now instead of this empty object, we'll just pass here, or maybe let's leave this object, but inside this object, let's put both user and set user. And this, so we can export both user and set user. And what else? Let's leave it like this for now. I will save it. And now let's go to login page, and let's see. We are logged in. We are doing redirect, but before doing the redirection, let's maybe grab the information about the currently logged in user. So let's say it will return a user document. Let's do user document, or maybe just user info equals this. And now let's make sure we are returning this inside our API. So here for login, let's see, we are just returning pass OK. Instead, I want to return user document. So we'll have all user information. And now with our user information, we want to put it inside our context. So let's grab context. Let's do use context, and let's use user context here. And both use context and user context has been imported for me. Right, and now let's see. Now from the user context, we want to grab user and yeah, only user. Maybe not user, but set user. And now we have this user info, and now we can maybe just do set user, and let's just do user info. Yes. And now let's see if this will work. Let's go to login page, and let's do john@gmail.com, and here John as well. Login successful, and we are on the index page. Now I will just go to components here. Here we have this context provider, we have value, and we have user, with a lot of stuff from the response. So this is not only the data, it's a lot of other information like config headers and so on. I will rename this to user, or maybe just to response. And from this response, I want to grab only this data here. So let's do response.data. Or to make it simpler, we can just do data like this, and here just data. Yeah, and now I will try to log in again. Let's do john@gmail.com and John login successful. And let's see, on this context provider, we have value of the user and we have email, name, and so on. Right, so now we can probably go to our header, and now we can use this user data from the context. So let's do use context from user context, and let's grab a user from it, user, and now we can use this user information from the context to print some extra information here. So let's say that if we have user, we will put name next to this avatar. So let's say here, if we have a user, I will do double exclamation mark, so it will be returned, it will be converted to a boolean, and then parentheses, and inside let's put a div with just user that let's see, name. So now we have John Doe here, and that is good. But when I refresh the page, we don't have any context anymore. And this is because when we load our app, we should grab login status if we are logged in or not. We have the cookie, but we don't have any context because we are setting context only on the login page when we log in. But let's go back to app.js, and here we have a user context provider and stuff. Inside we have this state for user, and we are providing this user as set user. But even here inside we can add the use effect, and we can do empty arrow function here, no dependencies, so empty array. And here we can add a function that checks if the user is empty, we can actually try to fetch information about our user. So let's do this. Let's grab Axios. Maybe first let's check if user is empty, just in case. And then let's grab Axios. Let's do get request on slash, let's maybe call it slash profile. So we'll get user profile information. Right, and we need to have this endpoint. So let's add it inside our API index.js. So let's do app get slash profile and request response arrow function. And here, what do we want to do? We want to, for now, let's just do response JSON user info. It will just respond with this string. But now let's check that this will run. So I will go to network and I'll clear everything. Let's reload. And as you can see, it's calling this slash profile, and we have here user info. Small problem here. Looks like it's called 2 times. As you can see, profile and profile. Let's maybe fix it by moving this to maybe to app.js. Inside app, let's put this use effect, but now we need to re-import it here, use effect. Now it's imported. Let's comment this user part. Now let's see how many times the profile is called. Still 2 times. This can be actually because we have strict mode on React, and on development mode it will render each component twice. So this is actually not a problem. So I guess we can just move it back to our user context. So let's have it here. And this will be called 2 times. This will be fired 2 times, but it's okay. It's only on the local development. But yeah, it's pretty fast, so that's not a problem. All right, but we are fetching this user info. And now let's see if we are sending a cookie. Request headers, and we are sending a token. And now the only thing that we need to do on index.js API, we need to grab this cookie. So let's see, let's grab the const token from request cookie, and let's try to respond with this token. Now if I refresh, we get a 500 error, maybe because it should be cookies. Let's see. No, still an error. Let's see. Okay, we can't read cookies yet, because for reading cookies in Express, we need to have another middleware here. As you can see, for JSON we have, but we need also another one for cookies. And for cookies, we actually need to install. So inside the API, let's do yarn add, and it's called cookie parser. Enter, and now let's grab it here. So let's do const, let's call it maybe cookie parser equals require cookie parser, and now we just call it the function. So let's do app use next to express JSON, maybe just with small c, because it's a regular function, cookie parser, and like this. Right, now if I refresh, now profile works, and in the response I get this token cookie that we are sending. So now back down here to our cookie, we can check if we have token. Then let's try to read it, decrypt our token with our secret salt key. Otherwise, we will just respond with JSON, empty JSON, or maybe JSON empty with null. All right, but if we have token, we are going to use JWT to try to verify this token. So let's do verify, and now let's see. On the first param, we need to pass this token. Then we need to pass our secret, and our secret is JWT secret. And then, as you can see, we have some kind of options that we can skip here. So I would just put an empty object, and then we have a callback. So I'll put an arrow function like this, and in all callbacks here, the first param here used to be error, and the second param is actually the result. So the result of verify will be token data. We can call it token data, or just data, or user, because it will be just user information there. First we check if we have error, then we throw it just in case. Otherwise, we can grab the user data. And as you remember, inside this user data, let's see what do we have. We have all this data, so email and ID. So we can actually just respond with JSON with this data. So let's do response JSON and user. Okay, now if I refresh, let's go to profile. And in the response, as you can see, we have email and ID. This IAT is a timestamp, and this is actually issued at. So this is a timestamp when this token has been issued, in case we want to invalidate the tokens. All right, now we have user information. So let's go back to our user context, and let's grab data from the response. So data from this, and we can now set user with this data. So now if I refresh, let's see, we are setting user with this data. So let's see how it looks like on the context. Value user is undefined. Okay, I forgot to do await here. So now I have await, but we need to add async here. If I refresh, didn't work. And this is most likely because use effect doesn't like to have async functions. So instead of doing this await, I will do dot then, and in this dot then we can do arrow function like this, and here we'll grab data. And this set user, I'll put it here. Let's see if I reload now. Still we get an error because we need to remove this async, and now it looks like it works. Now let's see what we have inside our context provider value. We have user information, but we get only email and ID. And I would like to have the name as well. So let's go back to index.js API. And here we are assigning this, token. I'll go to login page so I can log in again. And I also want to pass a name here. So we'll have name as well inside the token. So let's do name colon user doc.name. Yes, maybe I can put all of the data into a separate line so it will be easier to read. Yes, I will log in again, so I will get a new token from JWT. So let's do John with at gmail.com and John login successful. Okay, index page here, and we have John Doe here, the name from the token. Another way would be actually to, maybe a better way would be to not putting the name into the token, but instead we can grab the ID from the user that we get here, and we can fetch the information about the user. So let's do this different way. Now if I refresh, I still have a cookie with the name, but let's go to application and let's remove the token cookie. Now I can log in again. Let's do John at gmail.com and John login successful. We still have this name. Now we don't if I refresh. But now I will fix that even if we have only the ID and the email inside this token cookie, I will grab it from here, that when you run a request on /profile, I will grab this ID from the cookie we are sending. The cookie we are sending is here, request cookie token. I will grab the decrypt the ID. So let's do, it's inside this user data here. Maybe I can rename it to user data or maybe cookie data. But here I will grab the ID from user data and I will use user model to grab the latest information from the database about this user. So let's do user dot find one, and or maybe we can do even find by ID, and here we can provide just user data dot ID because we are providing this ID here. And here let's do await, and then I need to add async here, and now I can grab the user doc from here, and because this will fetch user from the database. And now let's see, now I can just respond with this user. So let's do it like this, and now if I refresh, let's see, profile response, we get every information about the user, even the password. Maybe we don't want to respond with the password, we want only the ID, this ID, name and email. So let's change it. Let's grab only name, email and ID, and let's put those here, name, email and ID, and I need to put those as an object like this. And now if I refresh, profile, email, name, ID, and we still have this John Doe even if I refresh. So that is really good. Right, back to header. And now the next part is, even if I click on the John Doe, it goes to the login page. It shouldn't go to the login page. If we have the name, it shouldn't go to login. It should go to /account or something like this. So let's do, if we have a user, then go somewhere, otherwise go to login. But if we have a user, let's go to account. Yes, something like this. So I'll go to, now if I click here, it goes to /account. We don't have any page for this for now, but well, it works. Another thing is clicking on the logo doesn't do anything. So let's fix it as well. Here we have just a tag. Let's change it to link, to just /. So now if I click here, it goes to the index page, and here it goes to this /account. Right, so now let's add the account page. So pages, new, file, account.js, x, and now let's do export, default function, account page, and here inside let's do return, and a div account page, something like this. And now let's use it. Let's go to app.jsx and let's add a route. So route, the path will be /account and the element will be account page, like this, account page. So let's go back to account. It's just account. Maybe we should rename it to account page. Yes, I think I will rename it. So I will do refactoring name, account page.jsx. Right, let's see if it still works. Account page 2, yes it does. But now let's grab the user context. So let's do const user from use context, user context, right? And let's see, let's say account page for, and then the user.name. Account page for John Doe. Yes, that's correct. Now, if we are not logged in, then the account page shouldn't be visible. So we can do here that if not user, then return navigate to /login, like this. So now let's see if I refresh. Wait, but why is it then redirecting me to the login if I refresh? The problem here is that when I refresh page here, it goes to this /account. It grabs the user, but user is not yet available. You know why? Because inside user context, this use effect is called when this is mounted, but it takes few milliseconds. Let's see here, it takes 29 milliseconds before it's returned to the user data. So on the beginning, this is rendered with user being null. And when it's null, then it's null here on the account page. And then that's why it's navigating back to login. So we can actually add more state to the user context provider. So let's do a state that will be named ready and set ready. Default will be false. And let's say that here it will just do set ready to true. Oops, to true. And we can pass the ready here. And then we can grab this ready from here. Let's grab ready. And then if we are ready with the response about the user and we don't have a user, then navigate. Okay, now let's see if we are on the account page. If I reload, it's empty. Why is it empty? Let's see. Console cannot read properties of null reading name, because even on the beginning, this will not run because we are not ready. But then we go further into the code, and then we are trying to get name from the user. But on the beginning, user is actually null. So I can fix it by adding question mark here, and then it works. Because on the first render, this will be null. But here I will also check if we don't have any user, or if we are not ready. Let's add it on the beginning. If we are not ready, so user is still being loaded. If we are not ready, let's just return loading, like this. And then loading will be just 20 milliseconds displayed here. So it's not really visible. I can go to network and make everything super slow, no throttling. It's changed to slow 3G. And then if I refresh, you can see that now it's fetching some requests. It says loading, and then we have account page for John Doe. Let's disable throttling so it will be faster. Yeah, but you can see now how everything works here for the user information. Okay, so here we have user information, and we don't need this question mark anymore. Because if the user is not fetched yet, it says loading. If we are ready, but we don't have a user, it will redirect us to the login page. And here we can be sure that we have login information. All right, so on our account page, what do we want to have? We need to have at least bookings, and we need also our places. So if we want to visit a place, we will have a section or a tab with bookings, everything we have booked. And in case we are a place owner or a hotel owner or something like this, we will have also a section with our places or accommodations. Right, so here let's put maybe a navigation, and inside navigation we will have two links. The first will go to /account/bookings, yes, and it will say my bookings. And let's put another link, and another link will go to /account/places, and the label will be my places, or maybe my accommodations. Let's see, accommodations, like this. Right, then now let's add some styling here. So for this navigation, let's make it with full and flex. And for those links, let's put class names here. Let's say that those will have some padding of 2. And with padding, let's maybe also add another link for just account settings and logout and stuff like this. So I'll copy this link and it will go to only /account and it will be my profile. So we have 3 links, right? But for now, let's maybe also add some margin from the top. So let's do margin top of 4 here. And let's say that the active link will have extra classes like background gray 300 and rounded full, something like this. But on those paddings, let's see, on those paddings, I want those paddings to be on the top and the bottom 2, but on the sides it will be 4. So we have more spacing here, and we will even add some more gap here of 2 between the links, or maybe even 4, yeah. And margin top will be here 8, so we have even more spacing here. And we have flex, but I will add also space, or maybe justify middle, maybe justify around, maybe not around. Let's do center. Yeah, I think center will be is the best. More spacing on the sides, let's say 6. Yes, and we can make the gap smaller. Let's do gap 2. Maybe instead of this gray, we can actually use primary and it will look nicer. Background primary and text white. Yeah, I think this looks better. And on my profile, we will have some kind of information. You are logged in as John Doe with this email and the logout button for now. So let's see. And then for my bookings, okay, account bookings doesn't work and account places doesn't work as well. We need to add routes for those 2 as well. So let's go to app.jsx and we will use the same component for other 2, but the path will be different. So here /bookings and on the another one /places. So if I click bookings, we are at bookings and we still have the same component, but we need to update this color to be on this one. So we can have those as 3 separate, but I think we can actually also add a sub page here. So let's do like this and sub page. And now let's see. If I go to my bookings, yes, it still works, but we have this sub page, other thing after the / as a param here. So now let's grab this sub page. Let's see. Let's go to account page. And here, let's maybe do use params from React Router. It has been imported for me. And from the params, let's grab sub page like this. And now let's try to just console log sub page like this. And now let's see console log. We have bookings as the sub page. So this is nice. If I click my profile, it doesn't work. But if I do just account / then still doesn't work. And this is because we need to make this optional. So let's go to here and let's add a question mark here and then it works. So now it's undefined. Right, so if subpage is undefined, then we know it's profile. And if it's bookings, then we know it's bookings, and places is accommodations and so on. Right, so let's see. Here we have those classes on those links, but we need to add those classes only if this link is active. So how can we do this? We can define maybe here a function for that will return classes for links, link classes, and it will grab the, or maybe it will not grab the, it needs to grab the type of the link. So let's say here we'll have a type, and type can be profile or bookings or places. And So let's say type by default will be null. And now let's see if by default we will return just those two classes like this. So now here we can use link classes like this, and here as well let's do link classes. But in special occasion we will add those classes as well. I'll cut them for now, and here I will put link classes as well. But the param for all those three will be different. The first will be profile, then we'll have bookings, and the third will be places. And let's see now. Let's do that. This will be const, maybe not const because we need to update it. Let classes equals this. But if type is the same as sub page, then to the classes we will add a space and those classes, and then here we'll just do return classes, right? So now we can switch between those, except the profile, because for the profile the type will be profile, but the sub page will be actually undefined. So let's do here or sub page or, and inside parentheses sub page is undefined, and the type is actually profile. So now it works. Bookings, places, profile, it works. Right. We could even change this subpage to let and check if subpage is actually undefined. Then we can change subpage to be profile. And this way we can get rid of this or subpage is undefined and type is role. Because even for this first link, if I refresh, the link classes type will be profile and the subpage will be profile as well. But let's see, we have a warning. React has detected a change in the order of the hooks called by account page. Right, this is because on the first render we are not calling this use params, and on the later render we are calling this because it goes through this and it goes all the way down here. But I will just put it more here on the top, and this should fix this warning. Yes. All right. So now let's see. For the profile, we want to display a name and email and logout button. So this should be simple. Let's here check if the subpage is profile. Then let's return a div that will say, well, information about this user. I will add some class names here, but here we'll have like logged in as, and then user.name, and in parentheses I'll add user.email, something like this. And let's do text center, and on here underneath I will have a button to log out, button log out underneath. So I'll add a break line here. For this button I will make it primary, class name primary y. Now it's too big, but we can make it smaller. Let's do max width, maybe max width of XL, or maybe just large. And now let's center this. So let's do MX auto. So it's centered, and we need some spacing here from those links. So that on the links, let's do margin bottom of maybe 8 here as well. Right. This button, let's add some, let's make it shorter. Let's do max width of medium, maybe just SM. And let's add some margin from the top, margin top of 2. And now it would be nice to make it work. So how can we make this button to work? We can call an API endpoint to log out, and our API endpoint to log out will just reset a cookie. So let's do this. Here we will add, let's say maybe here somewhere on the, let's see, maybe somewhere here I will do function logout, and the logout function will just grab Axios and it will run a post request to /logout. Yes, let's do here await and here async, and that should be it. And now button on click will do just logout. Now back to index.js inside API, up post to /logout. Let's do request and response arrow function. And here we just want to reset this cookie. So we'll send response and cookie. We will send the token to not be the signed token, but it would be just an empty string, and would add just some kind of JSON true to it, and this should work. Now if I click logout, nothing happened. Let's see, we did logout. Let's see if I reload, then we are logged out. And if I go back to /account, it redirects me to /login. So this worked, but I want to be redirected or something. So let's do test, not test, but john@gmail.com and John login. And let's go to login page, to account page. If I click logout, it should reset my cookie. Account page, let's see. Let's scroll to the logout. What else should it do? It should redirect me to the homepage, let's say. Let's put a state for this. Const redirect, or maybe just to homepage, and set to homepage equals use state. Default will be false, and or maybe just redirect and set redirect. And after we logged out, let's do set redirect to just empty just /. So this should work. Let's see. Okay, it says that this is false. Maybe I will change it to null then. And now here, if we have a redirect, then let's just return, navigate to our redirect like this. Navigate to redirect. Let's see, redirect, yes. So this should work. Now if I click logout, it redirects me to the index page. Right, so, but it redirects to the index page, but it's not resetting our context. So we need to add it as well. We need to grab set user from our context, and we need to do this as well here. Set user to null. Yes, and now if I reload, let's log in. john@gmail.com and John login successful. Let's go to our account page. If I log out, I don't see my name here, and I'm on the login page. So because I first reset this user to null. That's why I have been redirected to the login page. But if I change the positions of those, then first I will be redirected to the index page, and then it will set user to null. So let's try again. john@gmail.com, John. Okay, and let's go to account, logout. It still goes to the login page. Maybe because this one is fast enough to do the redirection. But maybe we can grab here even the set ready. Let's do set ready, and we can grab it from here. Set ready. Let's see if we will use it. Maybe we don't even need this. Let's see. No, we don't need this. We don't need to alter this ready thing. But we are doing redirection to just /, and we are setting user to null. But here, before we are redirecting to the login page, let's check that we don't have any other redirection and no redirect to other page. All right, now let's check. john@gmail.com, John login successful, account page, logout, and I'm on index page and I'm not logged in. So this works nicely. But let's log in back again. john@gmail.com, John login, and let's go to our account. And now will be our main functionality. We should be able to add some places so we can search them on the homepage. So let's go to my accommodations, and we should be able to add places. So let's open a place here, maybe this one, doesn't really matter. Let's see what we have on each place. We have a title, we have a place or location, reviews, we have also photos, and let's see what else do we have. We have some kind of description, and we have some kind of features of this place, so we can scroll them here, and we have we can book this place from here, reviews, map, and let's see what else, extra things to know, check-in after, check-out before, 2 guests maximum, and some extra information, and that's basically it. So maybe let's focus for now only on the title, location, photos, description. Let's define them as the model first. So new model here, let's do place.js and enter, and let's define schema. So let's first grab mongoose, const mongoose, require mongoose, and let's do const place schema equals new mongoose schema. And now let's see. First we need a title that will be a string. Then we need also, what else do we need? We need a name, location. So let's do location, or maybe address, and it will be also a string. What else? Then we have photos, and let's say that photos will be array of strings. Yes. And then we also need the description. So let's do description will be also a string. And then we have perks or features. Let's call it perks. Perks will be array of strings. And what else do we need? We will fix reviews later. And extra info. Let's call it extra info. Will be a string, but there's some more things I would like to add separately, and this is check-in time and check-out time and maximum number of guests. Let's have it as the numbers. So let's add them. Check-in, and it will be a number, and let's add also check-out will be a number as well. What else? Max guests will be a number, and well, I think that's it for now. We have extra info. We can add more things later if we need it. So now let's create the model. Const place model equals model. We call it as a function. It's inside mongoose. Name of the model is place, and it has this place schema that we have just created. Maybe we should call it with small p like this. Doesn't really matter, but if it's not a object, a class, it should be with lowercase. Right, so we have a place model, and now let's export it. So module exports place model like this. Now we can use it inside our index API and so on. But let's see, what do we want to we need to first create show a list maybe of our places, and then a button add a new place. So let's maybe add yes, and of course because we are going to add places for different users, we need to know who is the owner of each place. So let's add owner here as well, and owner will be mongoose types. Let's see, mongoose schema types and object ID, because it will be ID of a user. But because it's ID of a user, I can do here type object ID, and I can add reference to user. So let's do user. Right, this will be helpful for doing populate method and so on. Right, so now maybe I can add an endpoint for fetching all places, or maybe we can first add a page for creating places. Maybe first let's create a page for creating places. So account page, let's scroll down here. We have profile, and now let's maybe create a sub page for places. If sub page equals places, then let's render a div. But here we have so much going on. Maybe we can add this places page somewhere else, inside pages maybe. Let's do new file, places page.js x, and let's do export default places page, and export default function places page, return div. I'll put it like this so it will be easier to follow, and it should say just my places for now, and let's render it here. Here we'll just do my places page. So we have my places here. All right, but inside places page, on the top, let's add a big button that will be centered. So inside another div, let's add a link. Let's add a link, not the button, a link to /account/places/new, something like this, and it will say add new place. Yeah, but we want to make it this pink color. So let's add a class name of primary, and this primary class we created before, it's only for buttons. So well, maybe I will just do like this: background primary, and text white, and the padding on the top and the bottom of 2, on the sides of 4, and rounded full, and on the sides actually of 6. And here we will put text center, and here inside I will have this label, but I will also want to have a plus icon. Let's try with plus like this. No, this didn't work. So let's maybe grab a hero icon. Plus, let's grab this one. Let's put it here. Let's see. Yeah, almost there. Maybe because we need to add a flex here. Yes, that's much better. But I will change it to inline flex. Yes. And I will add some gap of 1 between the plus and the label. And this should work. Maybe we can add some icons on this accommodations, bookings, and profile. It will look much nicer. Let's go back to account page, and for those links here, let's see. Let's do like this, and let's add icons. For profile, I will use user here. Let's grab user, copy JSX, and here let's put user icon. Then for bookings, let's get some kind of list. Maybe this one, some bookings, this one, and what else? We need some kind of place, or maybe building. Let's see. This one looks nice. So let's put this one, and now let's see how it looks like. Well, almost. We need to add some classes. Here we have those classes for links, so let's make it inline flex, and let's add some gap of 1, maybe gap 2. Yeah, no, gap 1 is good enough. Yeah, and now I think it looks good. Maybe we can add some gray for non-active buttons. So let's do classes plus equals, and here we'll do background of gray 200. Yes, and this rounded full, we can put it to both here and here, right, as default. So we can click on those. Yes, and now for the add new place. For the add new place, we don't have any route for this thing. So let's go to places page, or maybe not places page. Let's go to app.jsx, and now let's see. Let's copy this one, but this time we will have slash places, or maybe no, let's put sub page as it was. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, let's put sub page as it was, sub page. And then we will have another param that will be called action or ID. Yeah, maybe just action, and it will also go to account page. So now even if we are at slash place slash account slash places slash new, we are still on the account page component. All right, let's see. Let's go to places page, and here we have add new place. And here we want to check if we are on this slash new. So let's grab this action param, const action from use params. And here we can just do console log action. And let's see, inside console, we have this new as an action from the URL. So let's remove this action from here. And here we have this link. But let's say that we will display this link only if the action is not new. So let's say we'll have maybe a variable here called is, maybe not. Just let's do action is not new. Then we will have this link to add new place. Okay, but if we have action new, if we have action of new, we will display a form for creating new places. So a big ass form for places. And let's remove this my places. And in this form, we need a lot of, maybe let's first put it inside the div, and then we'll have a form. And in this form, we will have input for title. So the placeholder title, something like this. And then what else do we need? Maybe let's make this, now it can be full width. Let's leave it full width. And then we also need to have, maybe let's do title, for example, my lovely apartment, something like this. And let's see what else do we need. Let's go to our model place. And we have title, owner will be filled automatically. Then we have address. All right, let's do address. Input type text, and the placeholder will be just address. Yes, and then let's see what else do we need. We need photos. All right, let's add photos. So for the photos, let's maybe put an H2 here that will say photos. And maybe we can add labels even for other inputs. Let's see, maybe we can add H2 here for title and so on, and here H2 for address, but we'll add some class names here for all those. So let's do class name, and let's do text XL. Yes, and maybe let's add the margin top of 2 or maybe 4, so we have more spacing. Yes, we can have some kind of descriptions, title for your place, title slash heading, or maybe here should be short and catchy. I don't know how to call it. Catchy as in advertisement. And for those, let's add the class name of text gray 500. Yes, and maybe the titles can be bigger. So let's do text will be 2XL. But those paragraphs here, descriptions will be text SM. So it will be smaller. And well, let's see how they are doing the forms. Sign up, something like this. And if I search for places in a smaller search, yeah, let's make it back to this. And let's add more descriptions to the address, and address to your place, address to this place, and then photos. for the photos, let's say more equals better. And well, for the photos, would be nice to have a button to add with a big plus. So let's do a button with a plus icon. So just do just plus. But this button, let's add some class names. And now let's do this like this. It will be, I will add a border. And let's see, we have a border on the button. Background will be transparent. And rounded will be full. Maybe not full, but 2XL. And I will do min height of, well, I don't know. But I will add a padding of 4. So we have a big button here. And here I want to see all the photos and have a button to add more photos. And but maybe I will put all those photos and the button into a separate div. So let's put it here. And let's add some class names here. And let's maybe do a grid. And let's do grid columns. Let's maybe do 3 columns. And but on the large screen, let's do grid columns 6. And on the medium screen, let's do grid columns 4. Yeah, something like this. And let's also add some margin top of 3 or maybe 2. 2 will be enough. And I think that should work. Maybe we can add more padding here. Let's do padding 8. Yes, it looks nice. And let's also do text to XL. And let's do also text gray 500, maybe 600, doesn't really matter. So we can add the photos by clicking on this button. For now, it just redirects. Right. It will be also nice to have a feature to upload photo from a link. So here underneath, I will actually add another div with an input type text and the placeholder like add using a link and something that JPEG. All right, and yeah, this looks nice. So we can also place a link to an image and it will upload this photo. We should have a button here, maybe on the right side, that will be add a photo. So let's do button that will say grab photo, or maybe just add a photo, something like this. If I put primary, it looks like this. And if I add a flex on this div here, it goes like this. But here I will add a width of auto, or maybe a width initial. Doesn't change anything. No. I will then get rid of this primary and I will just put background of gray 200. And let's add a grow here. So it will be bigger. Or maybe here we can do no breaking space like this. And instead of grow, we can do padding on the sides of 4. We can add some gap here, gap of 2. And we can add rounded corners, rounded, let's do 2XL. So it looks better. And now I think it looks good. Instead of this button here with just plus, let's say it will be, instead of this plus, it will be upload from your device. Yeah, something like this. Maybe just upload, but I will also add an icon from hero icons, upload, and or maybe just up. Maybe this one will work. Let's put this icon here and let's see how it looks like. Upload. Yes, maybe we can make this icon a little bit bigger. So let's see, 8 here and 8 here. And let's put a flex on this button, flex. Yes, we have flex here, but it's not centered. Let's see, we have here is the button, because on the flex we need to do justify around. no, justify center. Yes, and now it looks much better. Maybe we can add a small gap of 1. Yes, and this looks nice. So we have title, address, photos. What else do we need? Description. Let's put a div for description. I'll add the header and stuff, and it will say description, and here we will do description of the place. And underneath, let's maybe just add a text area. We don't need any name, ID, calls, or rows. Let's just put it like this. So we have a text area that is barely visible here, but maybe we can just add some classes here. First, we can do the same default classes as we have for inputs here. So I will add a comma here and text area here as well. So we have some default styling here. And let's see, what else do we need? We have a description. What else do we have inside the perks? Then we have perks. For perks, we want to have checkboxes or something like this. So let's go to places. And here I will just do perks. And here select all the perks of your place. And here underneath we should have a lot of checkboxes. So first maybe we should have a list of all possible perks. I don't know. And the icons for them. And perks can be, for example, here, let's see, pets allowed and parking. I will add maybe 3 or 5 for now. And you can add more yourself. So let's do a div here, and for each perk we'll have a separate div. So for each perk we'll have an input of type checkbox. And then what else do we need? Let's say that instead of div we will have a label here for each checkbox, and we will have a span here that will just be the name of the perk. And let's say that the first will be free parking, or maybe Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is really important. Wi-Fi, and let's maybe add some more. 3, 4, 5, I don't know. Let's do Wi-Fi, free parking, spot. And what else do we need? What can be TV? What else? Pets, entrance, own entrance or private entrance. Yes, let's do this. And let's see how it looks like. Yeah, we are getting there. Let's add icons. So we have a checkbox, but we should have also some kind of icons there. So for each, let's try to find an icon. First here, Wi-Fi, copy JSX. Let's put it before the span here. And then we have parking. So let's find a car. And we don't have any car, I think. Let's search for vehicle, truck. Yeah, why not truck? And then we have a TV. So let's do a TV. Yes. And we have also pets. So let's maybe search for pet. Do we have any for pet? Can we find a dog? Maybe animal? And no. Cat? No, but maybe I can add in this smiling face instead for cats. Why not? And or maybe a thumb up. Let's search for thumb up. Copy JSX, and let's put it here. And the last one is private entrance. Let's search for door, entrance, enter, arrow. Let's see. Yes, let's use this one. Why not? And now let's see. Yeah, so we have some icons. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe let's add one more. Maybe I can we can add the radio as an extra perk. Or yeah, let's add radio. Why not? Radio next to TV here. Let's add a label. and here will be input of type checkbox, and let's put this radio icon and span with radio. Why not? Right, and so now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it should be enough for just for demo purposes. So let's now style them somehow. So for all labels, I will add some class names, and those class names will be, or maybe before we do class names, on the main div here, I will add a class name of type grid, and I will do grid columns of default will be 2, but if we have at least a medium screen, I will do grid columns of let's say 3. So now we have 3. Maybe on the medium we can do 4, and on the large we can do even 6. The grid calls and 6 in one row. But if we have like support small screen, it will be just 2 perks. Right, on this screen it will be 4, or maybe we can make it 3. Yes, and now let's see, for each label, let's grab all the labels and let's add class names on all of those. Let's add the border, and let's add the padding of 4. Yes. Now one more thing is I would like to add some gap between those. So we have grid, let's add gap of 1, maybe gap of 2. Yes, and now let's select back all those classes for those labels, and now let's put flex on them. Yes, let's put rounded to XL, and that looks nice. Let's add a gap of 2. Let's put them, let's align it vertically. So let's do items center. So now it looks better, but I think that the icons inside can be much bigger, and this TV should be here after the checkbox. So let's see where we have this TV thing. Pets, radio, TV. Here we have the icon, and it should go after this checkbox. Yes, and yeah, now we can click on those and select and unselect. But let's see. Let's select those label classes again, and I also want to add a pointer, cursor pointer on all of those. And well, now the icons, I want to make them bigger, and we can add some spacing here. So on the main div here, we can add maybe margin top of 2, so we have some more spacing, and I think this will work for now. So we have perks, let's see what else do we need. Extra info, check-in, check-out, max guests. Right, let's add all of those. So extra info first. I will grab this H2 and paragraph from here, and here, before we are closing this form, let's add the extra info, and for the description, it will be like what house roles, etc. So we will have this, and for this we will add a text area, and it will go like this, and it should be good enough. What else do we need? We need this check-in, check-out, and max guests. So let's do a div here. Maybe not a div, but we need those H2 and paragraphs. And for this, let's do maybe not like this, but under this text area, or maybe above this text area, we can have this check-in time, check-out time, and max guests. So let's go back here, and let's add this again here. And here for the title, I will do check in and out times, and the size and max guests. And for the description, we will tell for the user to add the check in and out times. Remember to have some time window for cleaning the room between guests. So let's scroll down. Maybe we can get rid of this part so it will be simpler. And now underneath I will just add a div, and we'll have inputs here. One input for check-in time, check-out time, and max guests. But each input will be inside a separate div. So let's add div here, div there, and the third will be also here as a div, because we will add some extra labels here. So here I will add h3 with check-in time. For example, here, maybe no examples, but here placeholder, we can add 1600 or maybe 1400. And yeah, and I did it as a three divs here, because here I will add class names to make it grid. And if it's big enough, if it's small at least, not extra small, I will make it grid columns of 3. Yeah, something like this. So this check-in time, I will add also here checkout time, and also h3 here for max number of guests. Yeah, something like this. And now on all h3s, we will add also some class names. So let's add class name here, and let's see what do we need here. Let's add a little bit of margin from the top of maybe 2. And I want to add a negative margin bottom. So it's the margin bottom 2, but with minus on the beginning. Yes. And now I want also to add some gap between those divs. So here we have a grid. Let's do gap 1, maybe gap 2. Yeah. So our super long form is almost done. On the end, let's add the div with final button, and this one will be have a class name primary, and it will say save. Yes. And it will have some class names here on this div to have some margin, or maybe we can just have this button as it is like this, but we will add some margin on the top and the bottom of at least 4, so we will have some spacing. Yeah, so we can save it. All right, so this was a really long form, but now we need to fix so it will work. This pets is wrong, so let's find pets, and this icon for the pets should go here after the checkbox. Right, and now we need to add state for our form. So let's see, here on the top, we need to add the const, and let's do title set title equals use state, default will be empty string. Now same for the address, const address set address, use state, default will be empty string. Now for the photos, we will have a state for existing photos, or maybe added photos, set added photos, default will be array. So we can display the uploaded photos, so we can display added photos here next to this button, maybe that we added with this link and with upload. But we need also state for this link thing, add using a link. So let's do photo link, set photo link, use state, default will be empty string. And now for this button we need, or maybe we don't need state for the button. And then we have description. So let's do const description, set description, use state, default will be empty string. Then for the perks, let's do const perks and set perks, default will be actually an empty array. And let's see, extra info, let's do const extra info, set extra info, default will be empty string because it's a text area. Then we have those 3 inputs. So let's do const and check-in time. Let's do check-in and set check-in, use state, default will be empty string. Now check out, same empty string. Max number guests. Let's do const max guests. Max guests set max guests. Your state default will be 1. And I think that's it. Now let's add this state to all those inputs. So let's see. For the title, we have input and so on. There's a lot of copy paste here. So maybe we can make a smaller inputs of those things. So for those h2s, I will create a function that will be called function input label, or maybe input header. And here we'll put label or text, doesn't really matter, and it will just return, and it will return this, but with our text. And then I will do the same for this paragraph, and like this. So let's do here function input and description, and it will return like this, but instead of this hard-coded text, we will put text like this. And now maybe a combo. So let's do function in, let's call it pre-input, and it will take header and description. Yes, with function it will return, and we want to have both input header and input description. So we need to put it like this, or as a div, doesn't matter. We can put a div here, or maybe we can make it like this. And here we'll do input description of header, and not header like this, header as this constant, and then input, sorry, first we should have input header, and then input description with description. Then we can use this pre-input for title and description here. So we can do pre-input and title and this description from here, and we can get rid of those 2 lines. And then we have address and stuff like this. Let's do pre-input address, and now I will do it like this. Maybe we can do it faster. For every h2 and paragraph on the next line, I can select all of those, and then I can do something like this. I can add a new line. I can do pre-input. I can call it like this, add empty strings for now. And for each h2, I can grab the strings. I can put them here. And then for the descriptions, I can grab them as well by selecting many places at once and pasting them like this. And then I can remove h2s and paragraphs. Now let's see if this still works. Yes, it does. And we have pre-input instead of those h2s and paragraphs. It's still a lot of code here, but we can trim it later. Maybe for the perks, we can make the perks as a separate component as well. So let's see, where do we have a perks grid? It starts here. So I will just grab all those labels. I'll cut it from here, and let's put it as a separate component. Site source, new file, and let's do perks labels that maybe just perks.js. Yes. Sorry, it should be JSX as the refactory name, JSX, and export default function perks and return. And we have many labels here, so I will do a React partial thing, and then we can paste everything here. And this way we can add those perks here like this. And yeah. Now this perks component should have method should take the value and or maybe selected to know what perks should be selected and on change, so we can update our state. or maybe, yeah, we can have on change. So we can provide here perks selected equals perks, and then on change we can do set perks like this. But now for the beginning of our form, let's start with this title, value title, on change, event, set title, event target value. Now same for this address, as the value equals address, and on change event set address event target value. Now let's see what do we have here. Then we have photos. For the photos, we will have, for the link, we will have a value of photo link, and on change we will have event set photo link, and here event target value. Let's put those into separate components, separate lines, sorry. And let's see, what do we have here? Then we have this button for adding photo by link. Then we have this button for upload. Then we have this, let's see. Then we have this button for upload. Then we have text area for description. So let's do a value of description. And here as well, a change event set description event target value. Yes. And what else? Then we have perks. Then we have text area for extra info. Let's do value here as well, extra info, and on change we will do event. With the event we will do set extra info event target value, and then we have those three inputs for check-in, check-out time, and max guests. First, let's do maybe 14 just here, and checkout time will be placeholder for, let's say it will say 11. And max guests, well, no placeholder there. First, for check-in time, value equals check-in, and on change we will have event set check-in event target value, and then for checkout we can do almost the same, value equals checkout, and on change event set checkout event target value. Yes, and this looks nice. And now the last one is max guests, and the value will be max guests, and on change we will have event, and we will run set max guests event target value like this without this extra placeholder. And now maybe we can add some enters here. So let's do like this, and for those placeholders, let's put them into separate lines here as well, and even the values. Right, so max guests 1, let's maybe change it to input type number, and let's change it to be also the styling index CSS, and let's see, input type email, let's do input type number as well. Right, so we have it here. Right, so now we have state for our form, for our places. Now what do we need to do? Now we need to do that we can fill this form and we can add a place. But before we do this, before we fix this save button here, we need to fix our upload thing and then perks. First for the upload, maybe let's start with this add using a link. So if I, for example, enter this place, I want to check this photo and I want to copy the image address and I want to place it here, and I want to be able to add photo from here. So I need to add the function for this button, and let's call this function add photo by link. And well, it will take a link that we have already inside the state, and then it will upload this photo to our server, and it will return a link that will be inside our API server directory. So inside our API, we have models, and then we have files. I will add a new directory called uploads, where we will have all our uploaded files. And then we need an endpoint that will take this link and add this image to our uploads. So let's go to index.js and let's see now. For our app, let's maybe add a post endpoint that will be just slash upload by link, why not? And we will have a request and response as an arrow function here. And first we'll grab a link. Let's do const link from request body. And when we have it, we want to grab this image and we want to upload it. We want to put it inside uploads. There is a nice library to do this. I will open yarn. And this library is called image downloader. Yes, 50k downloads. So I will just open my terminal here, and inside the API I will just do yarn add and this, and let's see how to use it. We just put options here, image options, and then we have URL and destination, and will be saved to image JPEG. Can we rename it? Let's see. Will be saved to photo JPEG. Yeah, we can add the destination, and we can add the extension here. So let's see. Let's grab this from the top here. Let's do const image downloader, require image downloader, and now let's use it. On the bottom we have our endpoint here, and as you can see we can do just download that image, and we need to pass URL that we have inside our link, and then destination that will be just destination to our uploads. So to define destination we can do just uploads, but I think it would be much better to on the beginning here add the underscore dir name and then plus and slash uploads. And let's see if we can see what is this dir name. No, we cannot see what's inside this dir name. But if I do here console log dir name and add it as an object, we can see here inside that this constant is actually this path, this full path, users, my name, and Airbnb clone. This is the full path to our API Express app. And then we add just slash uploads. So it's more safe when you add a full path to the upload directory or any directory that we are working with, if you are removing files or wherever. Right, but I think this is an async function, so I will add here await, and here I will add async. And let's see, instead of download we need to do image downloader, and now this should work, I guess. Right, but we should send some kind of response. We are saving from the link we are saving here, but maybe we want to change the name. So let's define new name for the uploaded image, and it will be current time. So let's do date now, so random numbers and that JPEG. So I'll add slash and then new name like this, and let's say it will just respond to JSON with this path like this. And now we can try to use this endpoint to see if it works. Not inside perks, inside the places page we have this add photo by link. Let's use Axios post to slash was it add by link or upload by link? Let's see, upload by link. Let's go back to places and now upload by link, and we need to send the link, and our link is image or photo, sorry, it was photo link. So this is state, and this is the name that we are going to send data. All right, so we are going to send photo link state as a link to this endpoint, and let's see, let's do await here, and let's make this function async, And well, let's see if this will work. All right, so let's open here. I will open my console here, network tab, and let's see what happens. This function is not used yet, so let's go to add photo, add photo here, and button on click, not on change, on click, we will do add photo by link. Right, and now let's see, add photo, and everything has been reloaded, and this is not what we want to do. It has been reloaded because this button is inside the form, and we should disable default behavior that is form submission. So let's do event, prevent default, and now let's try to grab image once again, and let's see here above add photos by a link, add photo. Let's see what happened. Nothing. Add photo, nothing happens. Axios post, maybe because it hasn't been imported. Now Axios is imported. Let's see, add photos, upload by link, response, and we get a full path to our photo. Maybe we shouldn't have a full path, but instead we should have just the name of the file. So let's just respond with the new name. All right, and now let's go back to our places page. And after we uploaded the photo, let's grab it as a response, or maybe we just need the data. So let's grab the data, and inside data, we will have the file name, just this ending, number and that JPEG. Maybe we can fix this file name to have some text on the beginning, not only the random number. So let's call it photo and then the number. All right, and now when we have the file name, we can rename this file name to actually be file name. And now, what do we want to do with it? We want to add it somewhere here next to the upload button. So we have state for this, and it's called added photos. So let's go here and let's do set added photos. And here we will use an arrow function with previous value. And here we need to return a new value. A new value will be previous value, and this will be an array. So this way I'm returning a new array, but with previous values like this. And I will also add this file name here, right? Like this. And now this should work. Let's see why it says, sorry, I think it should not address. It should be set photos, set added photos. Yes. All right, so this should work. So we should have links inside added photos. So let's search for photo link. Yes, here we have the button with all the link with upload. Now let's check if we have a link, existing links, photos, added photos. If its length is bigger than 0, then we will do added photos map, and for each photo or each link we will do parentheses, and here I will put a div with just this link. So now if I hit and one more thing I forgot, add photo by link. After everything we want to reset this state, this input. So set photo link to empty string. Right, add photo, and we had this photo link here that comes from this added photos state. All right, but now we want to display this. So let's see, here we have our API that we can test stuff with, and this photo should go to should be inside uploads and then this. But as you can see, we cannot use it like this. We need to define that everything that is inside uploads should be displayed in the browser. So let's go to index.js and inside API, and on the top here, let's see, we have here some middlewares. I will add another one, app use, and then let's add first param to be /uploads. So let's use a middleware for /uploads, And here I will add express.static, and this is a function. And here we will define the directory. So I'll put directory name that goes to this API directory here. And then I need to add also /uploads. Yes, and now it should work. Yes, it does. So now if we have those links here, we can just display them as photos. So let's go to places page and let's see. Here we have just a link. Instead of the link, let's do image. And first we need to add the HTTP localhost 4000 and then slash and then slash uploads and then slash and then the link to the image. So now we have this image here. There are a few more styling we want to fix. First, we want to have rounded corners on the image. So let's add some class names. Let's do rounded to XL. And we on this grid, we want to add some gap. So let's do gap of 2. And now for this upload button, we want to make it, we want to make this text centered. Let's see, there's a lot of padding of 8. Let's change this padding to be, maybe just, let's remove this padding. Let's just make padding 2. And now this content inside, let's see, we have flex, but let's add here items center. Okay, now it's much better. Right, so now I can maybe add even more photos. I can select this one, copy image address. I can place it here, add a photo, and I have 2 photos. And I can go and do so on and so on. Copy, I can place it here, so it will be faster for us to add some random places. But now I should be also able to upload this, upload a photo from my computer. So how to fix this upload? So to fix this upload, we need to add first an input of type file. Let's maybe add it outside of this grid. I'll put it here and it will be type of file. So we have it here. It's in Swedish, but we will hide it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. The class name hidden, so it's not visible now. I will grab it from here. And now, instead of this button that we have for upload, I will change this to label. And this input, I will just put it inside this label. And now let's see, if I hit the upload, it opens upload window for my Mac and I can upload files. All right, first I will also add the cursor pointer here. So I will have this hand icon and now let's fix the uploading part. So to upload a photo, we have this input of type file. And now we need to define a function. When something changes on this input type file, we want to upload that file that is inside this input. So let's do here on change, upload, upload photo, just like this. Upload photo, and now let's define this function here somewhere at the top. And let's do function upload a photo, and we will have an event here. And this is important because inside this event we have a lot of important information. Like inside this input we have files. So how we can grab it? First we go inside input, inside event we go to target, and the target is actually the input. And the files are inside that files. So we can grab it like this, and we can do const files equals event target files. So I can do just console log, and I can display files that are inside it. So now let's maybe grab an image, this one. I will just save it to my downloads, and I can upload it. Let's go to downloads, let's upload it. And let's see, inside console we get files, which is file list, and we have one file here like this. Right, so now we but it hasn't been uploaded. We are just console logging this. So for upload, I will use, we can use Axios, but I think it will be easier for me to use fetch this time, because I know exactly how to send files with fetch. But well, I think that we can even do this with Axios. Doesn't really matter. So let's do Axios. We were doing this with fetch many times in other tutorials. This time we will do all React requests with Axios. So it's the Axios, and it will be post to /upload, and then we will want to send some data, and our data, let's define it here, data will be actually new form data like this. And to the form data, we are going to, to our data, we are going to set a file to be the first file from here. So let's do just files 0. Or maybe we can just upload all the files. Let's do files to be files, and or maybe we can name it as photos. Yes, and then we are doing a post request to /upload with our data, and we want to add some extra headers. So let's do headers, and for this headers, let's do content type. Content type will be, and here we'll put, because we are using form data, it's multi-part form data, and I think that's it. So let's now make this async. Let's add a await here, or if you don't like async and await, you can get rid of this async and await, and you can here after the post, you can do that then, and then we have response, and inside the response we have data, so we can grab it. So let's do const data from response like this. Maybe we can just do console log data. Yes, for now. But this data, let's say this data will be a file name to our photo. So maybe we can just do add the same way as we did it here. So I will just copy this, and this file name, let's rename our data to file name, and now we need to fix this API endpoint so we can upload our photos. As you can see, we are sending this as a photos form data element. So index.js API, let's see, let's scroll to the bottom, and let's add app post. I will first remove this dir name console log, app post /upload, just upload. And to do upload, we are going to use another package called Malter or Malter, I don't know, yarn add Malter like this inside API. Now let's require this. So let's do const Malter equals require Malter, and here we get, as always, arrow function with request and response, arrow function like this. So inside this function, we define what should happen for this endpoint. And well, first we want to upload stuff. But for this upload, we want to use our Malter middleware. So here, before this input, let's define our upload functionality outside of this endpoint. So let's call it const and upload, or maybe photos middleware, and equals its Malter function here, and we will just do destination to be uploads, and just slash maybe here. I don't know if this slash is even needed. Maybe we can just do uploads. Yes, and then we have this photos middleware, and we can just put it here as a second param, and then our arrow function, response function, will be a third param. So let's put our photos middleware here, but we cannot put it like this. We need to also call it, and as you can see, we can call it as a single if it's a single file, or any non-array. Let's see if we have multi. No, but we have array. So let's call array, and we have two arms here that we need to add the name. The name is photos because, as you remember, from places page we are sending this data as photos, and here we have files. Another thing is here max count. Let's say that maximum number of files will be 100. All right, so now let's try if this will actually work. So if this will upload anything, then we will have actually info about this inside our request about already uploaded files. So let's do response JSON with just request files like this. And now let's see if something will happen. I will just clear this for now. Let's hit upload here, and let's see. Yeah, I will upload this one. So we get some kind of error on the upload. Let's see. We are calling /upload, and on the response we get an empty parenthesis here, empty array. But maybe it's not files, but instead it should be actually photos. So let's try with this one. I will refresh here, and let's see, here we have upload. Let's do this one, upload. Let's see, upload, preview, and it's empty as well. Let's see, maybe file, upload. Maybe I will refresh first, upload this file, open, and we don't have anything inside our response, but we should have something here, but it should be inside the request files. So I will refresh once again, and I will add this one, upload, and we get an empty array. Let's see if we get any error here. Nothing specific. Let's maybe try to console log it. Console log request files. Maybe we cannot just put it as a JSON. And I will refresh here, and let's hit our upload button. This one, upload, and we get some kind of undefined here. Sorry, because it should be files, not file. Let's refresh here, upload this photo, and we have an empty brackets here. Maybe we actually need this slash here, so I will try again. I will refresh here in my browser, and let's see, upload this one, open, still empty array. Maybe it's wrong because we are sending this as file list. Let's go back to places page, and let's see, we are sending this file as a file list, but let's change it to an array like this. Let's use this track to send it as an array. We are sending files. I don't know if this will work. It should be either string or blob. So we need to loop through those files. For file of files, let's do const file of files. Let's do photos and file, but we want to add many photos. So let's see, can we put an array here? Data. Maybe we can do something like this, photos and files. And then let's see if this will work. Yes, so let's do like this. And yeah, sorry, one thing I forgot to send. No, we have this data. And we have this content type, should be with capital T, let's see. Content type string. Now everything looks fine. So let's try again. I will refresh here, and let's see, open, still an empty parenthesis here. Let's see, we have photos, and it says object file list. Maybe we need to add just multiple to this input type file that we forgot. So let's do multiple, and this should work. I will try to add the download two files, so I will save this one as well. Save, and now let's refresh. Let's scroll to here. Let's select those two. Let's upload, and let's see how we are sending this. Upload. We are sending photos, and yeah, I think now I know what is the problem. We need to loop through those files, let's see, photos. But instead of set, we need to do append. And we need to append with each file. So now let's do for, and now let's do for I loop. So let's do let I equals 0 and smaller than file's length, I++, and let's put this photos here inside. So for the, let's append the photos with this files of I. So here inside, we will have an array of files and we are appending for each file thanks to this loop. Now let's save it. Now let's reload it. Now let's upload 2 photos. Open. Let's see, upload. We are sending photos as 2. We are doing append. Let's see, preview. And finally, we get some meaningful response. Right, so let's see, index.js. Now it finally works. So for each file inside request files, we have something like this. We have destination, file name, and original file name. Let's see if we can open it. I will select, I will take this path name and let's try to open it here. And it just downloaded because the extension was missing. We didn't have any WebP or anything else. So let's grab the extension and let's rename this file on our server. Because here inside uploads, you can see that those 2 files are without an extension. Those have that JPEG and stuff, but those are without an extension. So let's go back to index.js API and let's grab the path for each file and let's rename each file. So let's do const, for each loop. So for let equals, let I equals 0, I smaller than request files length, and I++. And let's do that const file info equals request files of this I counter. And from this file info, we can grab path for this specific file. So let's maybe just grab here path and then we can rename it. So to rename files on the server, we will require fs file system library, require fs like this. Let's scroll to the bottom here. Fs rename sync, and the old path will be path, and new path will be the same path that we have, but I want to add this extension. So let's do const new path equals old path, but I want to add extension .webp or .jpeg. So how can I grab an extension? From the path, no, it's not in the path. We don't have an extension, but we have it inside original name. So let's grab original name. And then if we take original name and let's take it, original name, and we split it using a dot, then we will have several parts divided by dots. So let's do split and by dot. And now we want to have the last part. So let's do const equals, and here I will just do, here I can probably do .rest, and then here extension. Can we do like this? Now it looks like it will not work here. So instead of this, I will just do parts, and then parts will be an array of every part of the string, but it will be divided by dots. So in this example, the first part will be this, and the second part will be this extension. So our extension will be actually the last part. So let's do parts length of -1. So the new path will be path plus dot plus extension. This way we can rename it from path to be new. Yes. And yes, and this way we can add the new path to our request files, or we can just create an array of uploaded files somewhere here. Let's do const uploaded files equals empty array, And here for every renamed file, we can do uploaded files, push, so we can add, and let's add here new path. And here on the response.json, let's just respond with uploaded files. Now here I will reload, upload. Let's select those two images. And now let's see, we have upload slash and this webp image. Let's see if this will work. Enter. Yes, it does. It returns with slash uploads. Maybe we don't want this. Maybe we want to have only the file name. So I will do here for new path, I will replace it uploads slash to just empty string. And this way, if when we add it to uploaded files array, it will be just file names. So let's try again, upload those two, upload, and we have just file names. And well, now let's see if this works out. We have something here next to our upload button. We have one image, but it looks weird. Let's see why. Because we have two images inside one entry. Let's go to places page and let's see inside our upload photo. We are setting the data from the response as one item, but it can be many images. As you can see here, we have two images. So let's tell that this will be file names, plural, because this will be an array. And because this is an array and we want to spread it here, we add 3 dots. Right, now let's see. If I hit upload, let's pick those two, open, and we have those two. Yes, so this works nice. We want to fix the sizing of those images, right? So let's get down to the grid of those photos, and I want to add the height for those photos. So maybe first I will reload here, and even this button should be bigger. So I will add height to be maybe 32, yeah, something like this. And then I will do the same for all those divs for photos. Class name, height 32, right? But now if I upload 2 photos, let's see how this will look like. Didn't really work for this one. Let's see. Okay, so it's this one, and it has an image that is bigger. So first we want to make this image centered. So we want to pull it up a little bit. So to fix it, I will first make this one flex. Yes. Then for the image inside, as you can see, the image shrinked in height, and I want to take it so it will take all the width. So I will do width full on the image. But let's see now. Now it takes all the width, but it's stretched. It's wider than it should be. We should increase the height. And how we can do this? For this image, we need to add the object fit of cover. Let's see, object cover. So now it is stretched. I mean, it's not stretched, but it looks better. And now we want to make sure it's centered. So let's do position center. I think it works without this position center. Let's see. I think it just works now. Maybe I will download a photo that is yeah, like this, from the top to the bottom. Let's save this one. I will reload, and let's upload those 3 photos to see how this will look like. Okay, so I don't know what photo was it. Oh, okay, it was this one. I think it looks good. All right, so upload works, and both from the link and from the upload button. So let's see. For this we have regular state. Same for this. This one works. We have our added photos with file names as a state. Then we have description. Now we need to fix the perks. So our perks state will be updated. So let's see, we have perks and set perks that we are passing by to our perks component. but it's not used. So for every time we click this checkbox, we need to update a specific perk. We need to update, we need to hit this on change with all selected perks. So when we click one perk, we can add on click for this checkbox, and we can tell that, for example, the first one, Wi-Fi should be selected. So let's do this. For each input, let's add on click or maybe on change. I know which one works better. And let's call a function that doesn't exist yet, but this function will be named handle checkbox click, and we will call it as an arrow function, because we will put a param here that will be a name. For example, it will be Wi-Fi for now for everything, and this function, let's define it here. So it's the function handle checkbox click, and now let's just do alert and with the name to see if this will work. So if I click Wi-Fi, okay. And when we click on it, we want to report to this function on change. So let's do on change with all other selected that we get from here. So let's return an array with all selected and our name that is just clicked. But this can be both clicked and unclicked. So let's see what we can do. Instead of passing a name, let's pass an event. So for now, we don't need to pass a name like this, handle checkbox click. Instead, we will just do handle checkbox click. So we'll get an event as a param. And from the event, we have target. So target is an input. And on the input itself, we can add names. So for all checkboxes, let's add the names. So let's put Wi-Fi on all for now. On the second, let's put parking. And here I will put TV and radio and so on. Let's do pets, and here private or maybe just entrance. Yes, and I think we have fixed all of them. Yes. And now maybe we can check if the input is selected here. Let's do console log event target, and do we have any? Yes, we have selected. And let's open console and let's see. I will reload, and if I select Wi-Fi, it says undefined. If I unselect it, it's still undefined. Let's maybe just print target. Reload Wi-Fi input input type checkbox name Wi-Fi. Let's reveal here. It shouldn't be selected. I think it should be not selected but checked. Now let's go to console. We get true. If I click radio again, it's false. Yeah, so this one works. So now let's see if we can grab the name. So if I click radio, it says radio, pets. All right. So from event target, we can grab both the name and if it's checked or not. Const checked and name from event target. All right. And now when it's, we can call this on change function with all the previously selected. But should we add it? Yes, let's see if it's checked. So if it's true, then we should add it like this. But if it's not checked, so checked is false, then we should remove this name from the selected. So let's do it like this, on change, and here new array, ... Let's return all the selected, but from the selected, we want to filter out using a name. We want to check that name is different than our name here. So maybe we can rename this to selected name, and we can check that selected name is different than our name from the input. Now let's see if this will work. If I do it like this, and looks like it works. Let's see inside components. If I inspect this one, places page, we have state here. with our perks here. Radio, pets, Wi-Fi, parking. Radio, pets, Wi-Fi, parking. If I unselect pets, we don't have pets here anymore, as you can see. Right, so it looks like perks works now. Now it would be nice to get rid of this those errors, right? Let's see where we get those from. We get something like strike line join, and looks like from the icons it's wrong that you make. Yeah, let's rename this to stream line cap and stroke line join like this. And now let's see if it's still, we have an error stroke width. We need to rename to stroke width with capital W. Let's see. Now we don't have any errors anymore. Let's see if we upload, if we have any errors. Yes, we are missing a key. So let's see. On the map function, inside the places map, and here for each we need a key, and the key will be link, right? Let's see. If I upload, 1, 2, 3, upload, no errors. So that is good. Now we can maybe also put a little time to make it a little shorter. So if it's new, we are showing the button. And if it's not new, we are showing the button. If it's new, we are showing this form. Well, maybe it's not big enough, or maybe this component should be big enough, because I don't think we should split this form into separate components, at least not for now. Maybe later we could export this upload as a link and upload with a button as a separate component, but maybe not now, or maybe let's do this. Here where this upload things start, let's see. Here we have photo link. Here we have pre-input with photos, more better. So this is this text here. And then we have first div for this input here and the button here. And then the second div is this big grid here. So I was thinking maybe we can grab those two and we can put it as, let's see, we can put it as a separate component called the photos uploader. Let's open, I will close API for now. And inside source, inside client, let's do new file. And let's call this one photos uploader.jsx. And here, let's do export default function photos uploader. And let's do return. We have many components here. We have two components. The first one is this part and the second is this part. So we need to add a React fragment here and put them here in between. And now we need state for, we have some missing stuff here. Those two functions, add photo by link, and the other was, let's see, upload photo. So let's grab it from here. So upload photo and add photo by link. Let's grab those two functions. Let's put them here. And then we need a state for photo link. So let's grab it from here. Photo link, as you can see, it's not used. Let's do photo link. And now we can probably use this photos uploader component. So let's scroll down here and let's use photos uploader like this. Added photos is not defined. Let's go back here. Added photos, so let's define it as a state here. Added photos and set added photos equals use state. But maybe we shouldn't have it as a state, but it should be as props. Let's do added photos here from props and on change. Right. And we should get rid of our state here. And as you can see, this set added photos is not defined. Instead, we should call on change here. And let's see, this one unresolved function or method on change. That's all right. On change should be. And same here. Let's put it like this. And this should work now. Now let's see. Photos uploader, added photos will be added photos, and on change will be set added photos, like this. Now I will refresh. Let's see if we can still upload photos. Yes, it works. So yeah, now everything works for our uploader, and this form is much shorter now. All right, so that's good to have much smaller components. We have only this upload photo here. I don't know if it should be here. Let's see. Then we have upload photo here. Okay, this is actually form, and this is the uploader component. So uploader components is 53 lines and places page is 94. So it's now much shorter. This form component is much shorter, but still the form is pretty long, and there are a lot of fields, so that's why this component is that big. Right, but the next part is that we should be able to actually add new places. So let's see, here for this form, we want to add an onSubmit function. And let's say that we will define a function that will be called add new place. Now let's define this function somewhere here on the top. So let's do function add new place. I can put it like this. And now first let's grab event and let's do prevent default, because it's on submit on the form, and we don't want to do the default functionality on the form submission. Instead, we want to use Axios, and we want to send a post request to let's say /places, to /places, and we want to send a lot of data. And maybe we can define it as a separate data here, const data equals, and now what do we want to send? We want to send all this state. So title, address, added photos. So let's do title, address, added photos. What else do we have? Description, perks, extra info. Description, perks, extra info. And let's see, what else do we need to send? Check-in, check-out, max guests. So let's do check-in, check-out, and max guests. Now let's maybe put it into several lines so we can read this monster of data. Yeah, I'll put it like this. And we are sending this data to post places. Okay, let's make this async, and let's add a wait here. Right, this way we can grab data from the response here. And, oh, sorry, we cannot grab the data because we have defined data as the data we are sending. So maybe we can rename this to place data, and let's rename it here as well, place data. Yes. Or maybe we can just put this object as a param here, and this data will be actually response data. Right, so we can grab it as a response data, or maybe we can just use data like this. Doesn't really matter. But now let's add this endpoint. Maybe before we add this endpoint, let's think what should we do after we have added a place. I think that we should redirect to just this page, my accommodations. So we actually don't need any data from the response, so we'll get rid of this. Instead, we want to redirect. So I'll add a state here. Redirect, set redirect, use state, default will be empty string. And now, let's see. After we posted to places, our new place, we want to do set redirect to /account /places, and that's it. And here where we have our HTML and stuff, let's do, before we return, let's do if we have redirect, let's do return, and let's do navigate to, and let's do navigate to our redirect, and this should work. Right, now we need to fix this endpoint. So let's go to API index.js, and here we need to add another endpoint app.post, and it was /place or places. Let's see, places. And here, as always, request response arrow function. Here you can always do a default function like this, request response, and do like this, and the rest here, but I think it's much prettier with arrow functions. So I do arrow functions, request response. And now what do we want to do with the places? When someone posts to places, we want to create a new place. So as you remember, inside models, we have a schema for place and model for place. We just need to fill all this info, and we can save it to the database. I will copy this so I know what type of properties I need to fill. And now let's see. Let's import first our, let's see, we are importing user here. Let's import place, require place models place. Yes, like this one. And now let's do place, and we can do dot create, and we can create a new place here. So how can we, what do we need to fill? Let's see, let's go to place. First, we need an owner. So the owner is actually user ID. So to get user ID, we need to grab user ID from our token. So how can we do this? Here, as you can see, we can do this JWT verify for the profile, and we were grabbing this user ID here from user data. So I will just copy paste it here. We don't need to find the user. We don't need to do any response. We will only create this place. And for this place, let's see, we don't have any token yet. So we need to copy the token part as well. Token from request cookies. Let's put it here. And now we have user data, and user data comes from the encrypted token cookie. And as you remember, in user data, we have .id, and this .id is user ID. So we can pass it as the owner, because currently logged in user ID will be the owner ID of this place that is being created. All right. Now we can add a wait here, and because this is already async. And now we have owner. Now we need to add more info, like, let's see, title, address, photos, description, perks, extra info, and so on. So let's grab it here. Let's do const, and let's do title, and title, address, photos, address from request body. But for the photos, it was added photos, and let's see, what else do we need? Description, perks, extra info, description. Let's maybe put it into separate lines. Description, perks, extra info. What else do we need here? Check in, check out, max guests. Check in, check out, and max guests. Yeah, something like this. And now we can actually grab all of this, and we can put it here. We can put it into separate lines if we want to, but well, it's not needed. There will be too many lines for me. So let's see. And we are creating the place here. We are doing await. So this will return our place document from the database. So let's grab it like this, and let's try to respond with JSON. And inside this JSON, let's put this place document from the database. Let's add a new place. I will actually download some photos first. So let's maybe, for example, take this one, and I will save some photos. Maybe we can add photos by the image address. Yes, let's do this. So for the first place, let's do, I would just copy the title. For the address, let's put this address. Now for the photos, I want to use this link functionality, so it will be a little faster, add photo, and well, I need at least 5 photos, I think. So this one will be third, copy image address, paste, add, next photo, copy image address, paste, add, and copy image address, paste, add, and let's do 2 more. Copy image address, paste, add, and let's do the last one, copy image address, and let's place it here, add. Now description, let's add just random description. Maybe we can just copy from here some description, show more. I will just copy this part to description. To the perks, let's just select everything. Extra info, maybe we can put this as extra info. And check-in time, let's put 14. Checkout 11, max guests, let's put 5. And let's hope this will work. Save. And there is an error. There was some kind of error. So let's see. Now let's first check our database. If we have any place. Yes, we get one place. But there was some kind of error. And the error was about about the redirection, because we had this set redirect to account places. So I will try to hit the save again, and we get some kind of error. Maximum depth exceeded in use effect, but use effect doesn't have a dependency array. Okay, do we have an use effect that is without dependencies? Let's see. Set state inside the use effect. It's navigate on places page. Okay, so it looks like when we are on this page, it still somehow sees this navigate to. Let's see. I will open here. Let's go to pages and the places page. We have this places page, and well, it still get this redirect that it got from this link, I guess. Let's see, redirect, what this redirect can be. We have add new place, and after we add the place, we are doing redirection to account places. We shouldn't do the redirection, I think, or maybe we should, because when we add new place, we are add /new, and then we want to go back. All right, so this, when we do this set redirect to account places, it goes to this and doing this redirect to account places. But the problem is that the redirect is still redirect to the value is still account places, so it goes down and it goes again to navigate to account places, and it's an infinite loop to redirect into the same page. And to fix it, I need to check that this redirect will not work if we are not on the new action. So maybe I can first rename it. So let's call this one redirect to let's call it redirect to list, places list, and set redirect to places list, and use state default will be false. And now after we add a new place, we do set redirect to places list to true, and here where we are checking if we have this redirect to places list, and then we do redirect to account /places /account/places, but this redirect will be only if this is true and we don't have any action. So let's do and no action, because if we have an action, we shouldn't do redirection, but instead with an action we can display this add new place button and so on. So let's try to add another empty place. Let's save it, and we still have an error. So let's see. Yes, we still have an error. It looks like we have an action. Okay, we should check that action is not or it is, we actually should check if we have an action. We should check if action is not new, like this. And now we can see this thing stopped. Now I refresh, add new place, and it looks like this button doesn't work. Now it does. Let's see. My accommodations, add new place. And if I hit save, then nothing happens. If I hit save, and I'm not redirected anymore. So this doesn't work. This approach doesn't work. I guess we can fix it by splitting this many different pages to several components. Because now this component is both listing for the accommodations with this button and actually showing the form. So let's put it as two different pages. Let's create another page for places form page. So let's add new places form page .jsx, and here let's put the stuff from the form. So this div with all the form functionality, let's grab it and let's put it inside places form page. Let's do export default, and here we want to do function and places form page. Here just return parentheses, and let's just return all of this. Now we need our state from there. Also all this state, let's grab it and let's put it here. And we need to import use state. So let's import it, use state. Let's import it manually, import use state from React. And now we need all those functions, add new place, pre-input, input description, and so on. Let's put it also here. And now I guess we can get off this redirection state and this redirection from here. And here we can put our page for now, places form page. It shouldn't go here. The thing is that this page, places page, should be only the layout and then the button. But the problem is that the layout now should have those buttons. And let's see. Here we have this button, and here we have this form that shouldn't be here. Let's get rid of this form. And here we have a lot of stuff we don't use anymore. Let's remove it. Let's do some cleaning, and let's see. Now we are inside places form page. We don't need any set redirect to places list anymore because we don't have this state. And let's go back to app.jsx to see how it looks like. We have a lot of these sub page things, and I think it would be much better and easier with redirections and everything if we define all those pages. So here we have, for all account pages, we have account page component that just does everything and shouldn't be this way. As you can see, for this, if sub page is places, then we are places page doing places page, and it shouldn't be like this. First, I will grab this account navigation, all those three links. Oops. So those 3, 1, 2, 3, I'll put those as a separate component, so it will be easier to follow. I will cut it from here, and I will put it inside the new file here. Let's call it account navigation, nav.jsx, and here export default function account nav, and it will just return parentheses and like this. And it has this link classes function that we need to put. So let's grab it from account page. Let's see where it is. It's here, link classes function. So we have those link classes here. We don't have any sub page here. We will probably not have it. So I will put like false here for now. False. This will not work. For now, let's go to account pages. We can remove this. And here we should have our account navigation like this. Link classes is not defined. Let's see. It should be defined. Let's put it here, but let's put this as a false. Right. So those links work, but it doesn't change the color because we don't have any information about it. So let's grab some information from here. Let's use use routes. Let's maybe we can do use location. Right, and let's do const location equals use location, and let's do console log here, location, and let's see if we have anything interesting here. So we can check that path name is, for example, this. We can grab the path name. All right, let's grab the path name. Path name from use location, and this way we can check if we have path name. We can grab the second part of the path name, which is places, or it's empty, or it's something else. So for example, if I go here, it's the path name is just /account, and this way I can check if we are on a profile or bookings or accommodations. So for each link, we are sending this type. So for example, if this is profile, we're sending profile. So let's check it. Here I will define const is active. And active will be true only if type, so for example this, is the similar that we have inside path name. So for example profile, we need to check if type is profile and path name is account. So let's do if path name is /account and type is profile. We can do like this. Then we need to repeat it for other two, but let's see. We can write it in a prettier way. So let's do if type is profile, then maybe instead of doing this, let's see. If we are on bookings, then or if we are at places, the second after slash is places, and this is the only thing that we actually need. So let's grab the string that is after second slash. So let's do const sub page, and it's equal path name split. Let's split by slash, and let's grab the second thing. But this can be sometimes empty. That's why I will do question mark dot here. And this way I can check if type is actually sub page. But I will first make it let, and then if sub page is empty, and sub page will be empty for this one, because on profile it will be just /account. Let's see, console log sub page. Now if I go to bookings, it's selected, accommodations selected, profile not selected, because sub page is undefined. I can do now if sub page is equals undefined, then let's do sub page equals profile. Okay, now it works. Okay, so we have our links, account links to work. Now let's see. We have redirection. Let's see what this redirection is for. Redirection for if we are logging out our user. So this is account page. It will be this for profile. Maybe we should rename it. I will rename it to profile page, so it will be easier to follow. Yes, let's rename this file. Let's do refactor. Let's now go to app.jsx, and now let's see. For account / just account, I want to display profile page. For account / let's see, what do we have later? Places / places, I want to display, let's see, places page. So let's do places page. So if I hit here, I get the places page. But now the problem is that places page, let's see, places page is it this file? Yes. Places page doesn't have any links here above. So let's add those links. Account navigation. Now we have links. And here we are checking if some kind of action. We don't need this anymore. Places page should only display this link. add new place, and that's it. And then other page, and we don't need this link classes. Then let's go back to app.jsx, and another route will be places/new, and this should go to places form page like this. Now let's go to places form page. We can enter this page by clicking this button, but again we need to add those tabs above. So here let's add the account navigation like this, and we have those links. Right, let's go back to app.jsx and let's see how it looks like. Now we have beautiful pages, and the pages are much shorter. So for a places page we have this, and now we can maybe fix this redirection between from accommodations when we add something back from this form back to my accommodations, the list here. So for this places page we have this link here to add new places, but this page should also display list of all places, list of all added places, something like this. And here break line. Right, and let's hit add new place. Let's go to places form page, and now let's see. Now let's try to do this redirection. So let's do const redirect, set redirect, use state, default will be false. Now after we are done with the place, add a new place, we will do set redirect to true. And here before we do render return, let's do if redirect, then return navigate to /account/places. And now it should work because it's a different page, different component, and so on. Let's see, save, and we are redirected and there are no errors. So now it's much better, but we have a lot of empty places, I guess, in the database. So let's refresh here, and let's see. Here we have a lot of places. I can delete them. So this one let's delete, this one let's delete, and this one let's delete as well. Okay, so now we have only one place that we should be able to list. So let's go to places page, and now let's grab our places. So let's use effect here, and empty arrow function, empty array here, so no dependencies. And here we want to, let's say, grab Axios and want to run get on /places. And in the response, we should grab the data from the response. Let's do arrow function. And let's say that this data will be actually a list of our places. So let's do state const places set places will be use state, and default will be empty array. And here we can do set places and just data like this. Now we need to fix this endpoint. So let's do this. Let's go to index.js, and well, let's see. We need to add up get /places, and as always request response, and like this. And now to grab all the places, how we can do this? We need to first grab the user ID. We are grabbing user ID doing this thing and grabbing the token first. So let's do this. Let's grab the token and let's decrypt the token this way. So I do like this. Maybe instead of doing this, we can just put, or it doesn't matter. Right, let's close this here. And now let's see. We want to grab ID from the user. So the const ID from, user data, and user data is actually decrypted token. We get user ID and we want to respond JSON with all the places. So we can do just place and find, and we want to find where the owner is actually our ID. And this is async function, so we need to add a wait here. So place find will have enough time to respond. Let's see, network tab, and we have places here, 200, and we get one place. So I guess it's inside our state now. So let's try to list it. So let's get rid of this string here. And let's say that under this link, I will have another div with a list of our places. So let's do if places length is bigger than 0, and then let's do places map, and for each place we'll do parentheses, and then let's put a div, and let's put for now place dot title. So we have one uniquely designed organic nature house of grid. Right, but maybe let's add some styling first. On this main div, let's add the class names to add margin top of 4. And for each place, let's do class names and let's add a border like this. And maybe instead of a border, we can add a background of gray 200. Yes, something like this. And let's add a padding of at least 2. Let's add rounded corners, rounded to XL, and more padding. Let's do padding 4. And now let's maybe show the first photo. So how can we show the first photo? We have it inside the photos, I guess. Let's see here. Yes, we have photos that is empty. Okay, that is weird. Let's see inside index.js if we are saving photos. Okay, we are saving added photos, but we don't have it inside our model schema. That's why it doesn't work. Instead, we need to do photos should be added photos. Let's save it. Let's go back. So we don't have any photos on this one. So I think I will quickly add it back with the photos. Maybe we can maybe make an edit functionality. I will fix edit functionality so we can edit places. Right, but we have title here. But first I wanted to show here an image. So on this image, here I will have a div for the photo that we don't have. But in case we would have, let's do place photos. Sorry, if we have a place photos length. So if there's any photo, let's do parentheses and let's do image and let's do place photos of 0. So first photo. Okay, and the length is bigger than 0 like this. For this photo, for this div that is parent of this image, main photo, let's do width of 32 and height of 32, something like this. And on the main div of a place, let's make it flex, so the photo will go on the left side. And here we'll also add background gray 500, maybe too dark, let's do 300. Yes, and let's see, maybe we can do just 100 here. Yes, and we can add some gap, let's say gap of 4. Yes, we have title here. Maybe we can put this title as an h2. Let's put this title like this. Let's add the class name on this h2. Let's do text XL, something like this. And let's make it bold. So let's do font bold. Maybe bold is not that important. It looks ugly. And well, we have this. And now let's make that we can click it and we can edit this. Or maybe we want to display some kind of more information. Let's display more information paragraph, and let's display also place dot description like this. But this should go underneath, so I'll put those two into div like this. And for this paragraph, let's do class name. And I want this paragraph to be small, and I want margin top of 2, and I want this to first, this div with the photo shouldn't shrink. So let's add grow on this one. And well, it didn't work, I think, but this shouldn't grow. So let's do grow 0, and let's do shrink because it should shrink. Let's see, this has width. I need to inspect this one. And to see, I guess we need to add here as well shrink to 0. So let's do shrink to 0, and now this one is all right. So now it looks better. But now we should be able to add a arrow cursor on this one. So let's do cursor pointer. Yes, and now let's make a link of this. So here, let's do link and link to, and then /account /places, and then /id of this place. So let's do plus place and that underscore id. So if I click on this, it goes to /account /places and this id. But we don't have any route for this, so we need to add it. So let's go to app.jsx and let's see. We have two places new and places, but we don't have the places and then the ID. So let's add it. I will copy paste this part, and now let's see. Let's add ID as a param, and let's use the same component, places form page. And let's open this component. And as you can see now, this works. /places then ID. But now we need to grab the ID. So let's do const ID from use params, and let's do console log the ID to see how it looks like if we have the ID. Yes, we do. Let's see if we go to add new place. Do we have an ID? No, ID is undefined. So let's now see. Let's use effect. Here we will have an arrow function, but the second param, dependencies list, will be an array, and the only dependency will be ID. And the ID is actually the ID of our post from the param. And here we check if ID is undefined, so no ID, then we'll just return nothing and it will stop there. But if we have ID, then let's say we want to fetch with Axios, so Axios get to /places / and then ID of it, of this place. So now if I save, I go to my accommodations and I click this one, we have this ID. And as you can see, it tries to get this API endpoint that we don't have yet. So let's open places and let's see. Let's add app-get /places / then ID here. And then we need to add request response. And then we need to do first grab the ID param here. So let's maybe do response JSON, and let's see if we can grab the ID. Let's do request params. Request param. Is it? I think it's params. So if I refresh it, we should have yes, it returns in response ID to be this. All right, so we can grab const ID from request params. All right, when we have the ID, let's just respond with JSON about this place. So here we just do await place, find by ID, and then just ID. Because this is, we have await, we need to add async. And I guess here we don't need to check if we have any, we don't need to check what kind of owner is it, because all places or all information about all places should be publicly available, so it doesn't really matter. It shouldn't be that only the owner should see all the information. So places form page, let's go back. And now after we grabbed the place information, let's run then, and let's grab the response here. Let's do arrow function. Maybe we can put it back here so it'll be easier to follow. And from the response, we want to grab data from response. And let's see, let's refresh and let's see how it looks like. So we get all this info. We need to now pack it into our state. So we will do like this: set title, and here data title. Then we need to do set address and data address. Then we will do set added photos, And here we'll just do data photos. Then we'll do set description, and here data description. What's next? Set perks, and here data perks. Set extra info, data extra info, and set check-in, data check-in, set checkout, data checkout, and set max guests, and data max guests. And I think that's it. Now if I save, as you can see, everything has been fixed. So we have a text area with the description and other stuff, and everything has been loaded except the perks. Let's see if we have perks inside our database. So if we have perks, yes, we have array of perks, but looks like it doesn't work. So we have perks here. Let's see if we have them inside our components here. So places form page. Yeah, we have our perks here, but they haven't been selected. So let's fix it. Let's scroll to perks. As you can see, we have selected, but we are not making them selected here on the inputs. Sorry, not selected, checked. So let's make them checked. I will select every input like this near to the name. And now let's add checked. And checked should be true only if this name, so maybe I can select the name, copy, only if this name is inside the selected. So I can do actually selected dot includes like this, and now this, and let's close parentheses. Now if I save, everything is selected. Is it true? Yes, it is, because we have 6 elements inside perks. So I can unselect one, but if I reload the page, it should be back to selected. One more thing is I would like the text area to be bigger by default. So let's go to CSS file, index.css, and for text area, only text area, I want to add the height of, let's say 200 pixels. Yes, maybe 150. Let's do 140. Yes, this one is good. Right, so this one looks nice, but now let's try to fix the functionality for updating the place. So let's go back to places form page, and when we hit save, the form is submitted, and the function is called add new place. I think instead we should rename it to save place, because it can both add new or update existing place. So let's name this function for save place for now. It only adds new places, but we will fix it now. So we are preventing default behavior on the form submission, but then this part is putting new place into database, posting new place to the database. So how can we add the functionality to update an existing? How can we know if we want to save or update, save a new place or update the existing? We can check it by checking if we have an ID here. So here we can check. If we have an ID, we know that it's an update. Otherwise, it's a new place. And if it's a new place, we can do this. Right, but if it's an update, what do we want to do? We want to do basically the same thing. So we want to send all the information and do redirect. But let's see, we don't want to do post to places. Let's say we will do put request to places instead. And yes, and this put request will have also slash and then ID of this place. Or maybe we will just put the ID here. All right. so it will know what place should be updated. There's a lot of copy paste on those two parts. First, we can grab those things, all of this, and we can define it as here place state, place data equals this, but as an object like this. And then we can add it here. So we can do place, not place date, place data. So it's like this. And here we can do either you can do place data like this, or we can do just place data, right? And let's see. So we have place data, and if it's update, we are doing a put request to /places. So, and after it's done, we are doing redirect to, let's see, we are doing redirect to /places. So let's fix our endpoint, put endpoint to /places. Let's go to index.js API, and here we have places, and let's do up and put, and it should be /places /id. And let's say it will be async here with request and response, and we put it like this. And now, almost the same way we did with posting a new place, we need to first grab the token and all information from the body. So let's do this. And when we have the token, we can, we need to also grab the ID of the places. But actually, it will not be here. It's send, let's see, it's send as an inside, alongside places, place data. So we can grab it actually here, right? But now we have a token. We have an ID of the place we want to fetch. So now let's fetch our place. So let's do const place document because from database. So that's why I call it the document. And let's do await place and find by ID and ID. And when we have it, we want to check that this place owner is the same as the user ID inside this token. So to grab the user ID, we will again copy this part, and to verify the token with the secret, and we will just grab the user data or just user data. Inside user data we have ID of the user. So if user data ID is the same as place document.owner, then we know we can update this place document. Then we can do place document.update, and here we can pass all the data, I think. Let's check the documentation. Yes, it looks fine. So we can, I think we can either do update and all the data here. Actually, we don't need to, before we update this, here we are fetching this place document, but we actually don't need to fetch it until we verify the token. After we verify the token, we have user information. Then we are fetching this place, and then let's see. Then we want to check if this place owner is the same as the ID of the currently logged in user. I think that instead of update, we should do save. So place document.save. But before we save, we need to put all this data into it. So let's do place document, and we can do set here. And now let's put all this information that we did here. So I can actually grab this object and I can put it like this. We don't want to update the owner. We don't need to update the owner. We want to update title, address, photos to be added, photos, description, perks, extra info, check-in, check-out, and max guests. And then we save the object, the document. Then we can do response JSON, OK, and save. Now let's see if this will actually work. Let's go to network, clear everything. And let's say we will change here, we'll add 2. And let's save. And looks like it didn't work. I will refresh. Let's go to my places. I will add a 2 here on the beginning. Let's save. Let's see, the places is pending. That means that it got stuck somewhere here. Let's see, we get token from request cookies. And this looks fine. Okay, I think that the problem is first we need to do a wait here. And now let's see if I refresh, save, it's still pending. Let's see, maybe if we have, let's see if this is correct URL. It's a request. Is it a put request? Let's see. This is a request to /places. And, well, it should work. Maybe let's check if we have any error here. If we have error, then let's throw this error. Then here we have an if the owner is the same as this ID. And I think this can be the problem because if we grab the owner from document, this is an ID. This is an object ID. And to make it to stringed, we need to first do compare it as JSONs, I think. Or maybe we can do, I can show you. I will comment this out and I will do console log, and let's do first will be user data.id, and the second will be console log place doc.id, .owner. And now if I hit save, you can see that the first is just a string, the second is object ID, and it looks weird. Let's see if we can do to string on the second. If I hit save, then it fails. It shouldn't be two-sided, it should be to string. Now let's see if I hit save. Now it looks much better. Now let's see if this will be true if I compare them to each other. So save, yes, it's true. So I can compare it like this. So I will hide this and let's do uncomment this. Place owner to string like this. And now let's see, I will add 2 here. I will hit save and we have this 2 here. So I will remove this 2 and maybe now I will grab some images so I can upload some images. So I will open this one and I will save all of them. So let's save this one as well. Well, I want to save at least 5-6 images. So I will have a lot of images for at least one property. So this one is the 6th image. So I think it should be enough, but I will just grab the last one, the 7th. So we'll have enough. Right, now I will do upload, and now I will upload all of those images. As the upload, and we have a lot of images. Now let's try to save it. And now it's saved, I think. Yes, it's saved, but this image is not visible here. So let me inspect it. Let's see console, no elements. We have div here, image. Yes, we have it, but I forgot to add the uploads before it and the host. So let's see, image, source, and let's add here HTTP / localhost 4000 to our API /uploads and this. So now we have it here, but now we want to make this one centered as well. So let's do class name here and let's do object cover, and on this one we need to add flex, and I think now it looks good. Yes, and that looks really nice. Now one more thing that we need to do with the photos is we should be able to delete any photo, and we should be able to mark a photo as the main photo, because for now this photo will be the main photo. So if I open this, it looks like this, but instead I would like to make this photo as or maybe this photo or this photo as the main photo, so it should go first. So to fix it, let's go to maybe first place.js, and this is where we have our place schema. And let's see, all the photos are strings. It's just an array of strings. So how can we make that? How can we know what photo is the main one? For example, I want to make this one, this photo. We can fix it to, when I click, for example, this photo, it should go first into array. So let's fix it. We can fix it only we can fix it only using the interface, only inside React. So let's go to Places form page. And now let's see, down here somewhere we have this called Photos Uploader. Let's open this one. And now let's see. For each photo, we are showing this div with this image here. And let's see, what do you want to do to delete an image? Let's say that I want to have a trash can icon here, and or maybe here in the middle, or maybe here on the right corner. So let's fix it. So inside each photo, I will add a div with some class names. And inside this div, I will put a trash icon. So let's add search for trash, and I will copy this and I will put it here. And now let's see if we have it. We have trash icon here, but I will make this one position absolute. Yes, and so now as you can see, every trash icon is on the top left corner. But then I can add it to the parent div, I can add relative positioning, and this way on this absolute here, I can add bottom 0 and right 0. So now it's on the bottom right corner. And now I can maybe add some padding. So let's do bottom 2 and right 2. Yes, and now let's make it wide. So let's maybe do text white. Yes, but it should have some kind of background. So let's do background black, and let's add some padding of at least 2. Yes, the bottom one, right one can be maybe changed to just 1 here. So no bottom 2, right 2, but bottom 1 and right 1. Yes, the padding can be decreased to 1 as well. But now for this black background, I want to make it add some opacity. So let's do background opacity. Let's do maybe 50%. Yes, that looks much better. But let's add some rounded corners here. Rounded to XL, or maybe just XL. Yes, and I think this looks much better. Maybe to XL. And maybe I will actually do padding off. Yes, and padding on the top and the bottom will be 2, but padding on the sides will be 3. Yes, and now let's fix, so when I click on it, let's add also cursor pointer. When I click on this div, I will change it to button. And let's fix that when I click on this button, this photo will be removed. So let's do on click, and let's do parentheses here, arrow function. And let's say that on click, I want to call a function called remove photo, and with this link of this photo. But now I need to define this function to remove from our state a photo that has the link of this. So let's maybe put it here. Function remove photo like this, and we get a link, and this will be actually path or file name, but let's better call it file name. And now we just need to update added photos. So let's do set added photos. We cannot do this. Let's see why. Because we are in a different file. We can hit only on change. So let's do on change because it has changed. On change, we want to hit this on change function. Call this on change function from here with all the photos. So let's pass all the photos except this one. So let's do filter, and from here we want to filter out. So let's do photo, and let's check that photo is different than the file name, right? And I think this should work. So now if I click, for example, on this one, whoops, something went bananas. Let's refresh, and we are calling remove photo with this link. Let's open a console and let's see what's going on. If I click this one, whoops, added photos map is not a function. So, okay, I forgot that this should be an array like this. All right, and now let's clear this console. Let's remove this one, and it worked. Now let's add it back. So let's see, it's this one. Let's add it. Now we have it. Let's save it. Let's go back. Now I want to add another button, but this time the button will make it the main photo. So let's see. Here we have the button for deleting. I will just make a copy of it and let's put it also here. But for this one, the function will be named select as main photo. And let's see, on the class names we have this bottom one, right one. Instead we will do bottom one and left run. So it will be on the bottom left. And for the icon, I want to grab the icon of a star. So let's do star, and I will copy this one and I will put it here. Now let's see if this worked. Yes, we have the star. And now if it is a main photo, I want the star to be filled in. So I want to this star. Otherwise, this star that we have inside the code. But how can I know if this is the main photo? I can know it by checking if this link is actually the first link inside the added photos. So if link is exactly the same as added photos of 0, then parentheses, and then we will add this star. Otherwise, let's do link not added photos of 0, then parentheses, and this icon. Yeah, so now the first one should be filled in icon, and the others are not. So that's correct. Maybe on the filled in icon, I can make it, I can even change the color, or I don't know, maybe it's not needed. So now let's see, we have this select as main photo. Maybe we can instead, or maybe let's have it like this, select as main photo. And let's add this function here, select as main photo, we get a file name. And now, how can we select as a main photo? First, we want to take this file name and we want to put it on the beginning of added photos. So let's first grab the added photos without selected. So added photos without selected equals, and it's like this. Added photos with filtering out, and we just filter out that photo should not be file name. Okay, so we have added photos without selected. So now we can do const new added photos equals, and here we just put first, as the first we put file name, and then we put the rest of added photos without selected. Yeah, and then we can hit on change with new added photos. Yes, that's much better. So if I click on, for example, this one, whoops, let's see, if I click on this one, it works, but it does some weird stuff. So let's see here. I think it's because it's a button, and when we are clicking on it, the form is submitted. So we also need to pass the event here. So let's pass event on both buttons here, event link, and then on those functions, let's add events here, event, and we need to do event and prevent default like this. And now it should work better. Let's see if I reload and I make this one. Yes, it works much better. This thing could be simplified, and I can show you how. Instead of defining this as a variable, we can put it directly here like this. So we don't need to have this variable. And now, even for this variable, we can just put it here like this. So on change, we are firing on change that added photos has changed. And added photos will be now an array where the first element is our file name that we have selected as the main photo, and the rest is here an old array of added photos spreaded with the spread operator. And we are also filtering out that the photo inside of the photos cannot be file name because it's already here on the beginning, right? And this should still work. Let's see, I will select, for example, this one. Yes, it works. I will select, for example, let's see which one I selected. This one. Okay, let's select this one, right? And now I will hit save. And yeah, it works much better. Yeah, so now we are able to add and update places, accommodations. So next functionality we are going to build is actually the main functionality. And this will be to show all the places and to add this third functionality. All right, so now here we have an index page. Let's open the file. So let's do index page. And in here, we need to display all the places we have inside our database. So let's maybe first create an endpoint. Let's go to API/index.js. And let's see, we have actually endpoint for put places, and we have endpoint for get places. But the thing is that here we are getting places for a specific user. As you can see, we are grabbing token and we are fetching places for this user. I think it would be maybe better to rename this to, for example, user places like this. And now let's go to here and my accommodations. And as you can see now, it's empty because we need to update this on account page. Let's see, not on account page, it's on places page, the SX. And let's see here, places. Let's change it to user places. And now we get this one place. But now for the index page, we will go back to index.js inside the API. And let's add up get on /places. And here we will not check any token. Instead, we will just return some places for the homepage. So for now, let's say we will just respond with JSON with all possible places. So let's do here await and place, and let's do find, and I think that will be it. Let's add async here because we have await. And now let's go back to our index page and let's fetch our places. So we are going to use effect here, use effect, empty arrow here, and the second pattern will be empty parentheses. And now in here, let's just fetch our places. So let's do Axios, imported. Let's do get on /places. And that's it. We don't need any more params. Then we have response. And let's do here arrow function so we can put some more code. With this response, we have data inside. And inside data, we will have all the places. So let's put it inside the state. So let's do places and set places equals use state. Default will be an empty array. And let's see. Now let's just set places, response, data. Right, now let's use places and let's list them here. So let's check that places length is bigger than 0, and then places map, and then let's do for each place, let's do parentheses, and in here let's put a div, and maybe let's start with just place title. So we have this uniquely designed organic nature house of grid. So we have one place, that's correct. But I would like to display it this way in squares, and it should be title and then price per night. Yeah, I think I forgot about prices. Let's see here, places. Yeah, I forgot about prices. So we are going to update it in a minute, but let's style this a little bit first. So first we need an image. So for the image, let's put image like this, and now let's grab first image. So let's do place photos, and let's do a question mark dot, and let's grab the first, and well, we need to add first, maybe let's check if a first photo exists. So if this, then parentheses, and then let's display this image, right? So then we can display this image, but we need to add also HTTP localhost 4000 /uploads/ and plus the places photos 0, because here we have the file name. And now let's save, and nothing have changed. That's weird. Let's see if I inspect here. Places photos, sorry, it should be place photos. Same here, place photos, and we have one place. Right, for this photo, let's put it inside a div. Maybe I can put this div outside here. Let's add some class names. Let's say, maybe let's put it just inside for now. And I will add just gray background gray 500. And now let's see, for each place we have this div, and we have one parent here for all places. So in this parent I will make grid. So let's do a grid, and let's do a grid columns. I think it was 4. Let's see, here it's 3, and then for large screens it's 4. So let's do grid columns 2. But for medium screens, let's do grid cols 3. And for large screens, let's do grid columns 6, or maybe 4. 4 will be good, right? Now let's see. Yeah, we have one place here. We need to add the margin from the top. So let's do margin top of 4. We probably need a little bit more. Yes, we do. So let's do margin top of 8. Yes, and now it would be nice to have this image with some rounded corners. So let's do class names here on the image. Let's do rounded of 2XL. Yes, so we have rounded corners, but we have this div that is behind. So with gray color, so let's put this on div. Yeah, now I think it looks better. But now it should be a square. Each photo should be a square. So how can we do this? Let's try for this div. Let's make it flex. And now for the image, let's do object fit, object fill, maybe object cover. Nothing happens. The object contain. Maybe if I change it to absolute positioning, then it's really wrong. Let's see, maybe we can use aspect ratio. So let's do aspect, let's see, square. Okay, now it is a square. The image is a square. Let's see if I inspect here. Yeah, the image is square. Let's change object to cover. Okay, and now it's a square and takes the full size of this div. I would like to add more spacing from the left and right as they have it. So I probably need to go to our layout, and let's see. I will change that the padding 4 will be only for the top and the bottom. And on the size, let's do padding x8. So we have more padding. Yeah, something like this. Now let's go back to index page. And I think that I will put this the same one place many times, so so I can have more houses to show. So let's do like this, and let's have at least 3. Yes, maybe more. I will do 4. And now let's add a gap here to our grid. So let's do gap 4. Yes, that's a small gap. Let's do maybe gap 6. Yes, that's better. Now let's see. They have address or something here, and we have the name. Maybe let's make this name a little smaller. So I will add a class name for h2 here. Let's do text small, and now let's put this place title here. So something like this, or maybe even smaller. I don't know, SM will be good enough. Then underneath, let's put h3 with some class names. So we'll put place. So let's say we will have here will be place address. Yeah, and let's maybe make it bold. So font bold. Yes, that's much better. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is this looks good. Maybe we have too much text here in this short version of address. I will quickly go and edit this. Let's just put like this. Save. Let's go to the index page. Yeah, and I think this one looks nice. Now, maybe for this name of the place, let's make it one line. So I will put truncate. I think this is, yeah. And then we have those dots here. So that is nice. We have the place name. Maybe let's add some spacing from the div with the photos. Let's do margin bottom of 2. Yeah, and for this title, let's decrease the spacing to the next one. So let's do leading. So we will do smaller line size. Leading 3. Yes, let's do leading 4. Let's do the same with this one. Let's do leading 4. Yeah, now they are closer to each other. Let's see here. Here they are not that close. So I think I will just remove it. And I will increase the spacing between the rows. So let's do row gap, or is it gap, gap row. Maybe I can just increase this gap to 8. Yeah, so we have enough space here, and this one looks good enough. Yeah, it should be 6 here, but for gap we can do even the letter X or Y, and on the Y we want to have more, so let's do 8. Yeah, something like this. So this one will be for X, and the other one is for Y. So for rows, this one is for columns. Right, so this one works nice. And now, the one thing that we forgot, we need the prices. So let's go back to accommodations, and now this accommodation. And let's see, we have check-in, check-out times, but we need also here price. So let's go to the form places form page. Yes. And on the bottom somewhere here where we have those 3 inputs, I think I will put just another one. I will just copy this and put it like here. And here I will put the title price per night. And then we have it here. We need to create state for this one. So let's go to the top and let's define it here. So let's do price and set price equals use state, and default will be 100. All right, and now let's scroll down. Let's see. All those 3 or 4 inputs are inside this grid, and let's see, it's columns 3. Let's change it to columns 2. But for medium screens, let's do grid columns 4. Yes, and let's make this one as default grid columns 2. And now we need to update the state. So as the value here will be price, and the same for this one, set price, and event target value. That looks good. Now let's see if this is going to be sent. Now we need to add it to our place data. So let's add price, and let's see. Then it should be saved. And so now we need to check our endpoint. So let's go to index/index.js inside API. And now let's see, for the places, we have both put and post. And on both, we are grabbing all the data here, but without price. So let's add it here, and let's grab it from request body, and let's put it also here where we are saving updating our place. Same for posting new places. Let's grab it from our request here, and let's add it to our place that we are creating. So now if I refresh, it will be 100. Let's do 120, save. Let's see if it has been saved. Saved. No, let's see why. If I refresh, let's do 120. Maybe let's hit save now. Let's see, places, 200. Let's see. We get put request. Let's see if it's saved. Yes, we are sending price as 120. One thing I forgot about, we need to add it to our model. So let's add it here. Price will be a number like this. And now let's try to update this again. Price per night, 120. And now let's see, still not saved. Price per night, 120, save, still nothing. Let's see if we are sending this thing. Yes, we are. Let's check it inside our API for put requests. Let's see, put places. We are grabbing price. Let's see how it looks like here. Let's do console log and let's do price. I will put it as an object. Why not? And now let's do 120 here. We have price 120, so this should work. And let's see, place.js, we have price. That should be a number. Okay, I think I know what's the issue. Let's see, in the database, I will reload the places. Let's refresh here and let's see if the price is saved. Yes, the price is saved, but it's not retrieved. We still get this default 100. So let's see, here we have default 100, but where we are fetching the current place, we are not setting the price. So let's do this from data. Let's grab price. Yeah, and now it should work. So let's see. Yeah, we have 120. So now we can display our price. So let's go back to index page JS, and maybe under this address, let's put a div with price. So it will be in US dollars. So let's do here place.price like this, and let's add per night. And I think this looks good. Maybe we can have this title actually underneath. Let's put switch places. Let's make this one H2, this one H3, and let's change the color on this one. So let's do text gray 500. So now it's more like they have it. And now maybe we don't need to truncate the text. Let's just show all the text. And let's maybe even add some spacing from the price. So on this div, let's add some margin top of, let's maybe do 2. Yeah. So we have some spacing. Now for the price, for the number, for this part, let's put it inside a span. So let's do span, span with some class names. And this one will be, this thing will be inside. And I want to make it bold. So let's do font bold here. So we have $100 per night, almost as they have it. Maybe we can decrease margin top to just 1. Yeah, I think this looks promising. So now for a minute, I will stop recording and I will add 5 more places. You don't need to see this because it will be boring. I will just copy images, and for the same user, I will just add 5 more places. So see you in a second. All right, so now as you can see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places added here. And on index page, they just repeat because here we are setting them multiple times. So now I can just get rid of all of this and I can just set it once with response data as it was on the beginning. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places as they have it on the start page here. One thing I forgot is on this one, I just need to add the place. So let's go to this one, and here for address, I will just quickly put this Akershus, Norway. So we have some address tags here, and yes, now it's much better. Right, so now the next thing is actually we need to have a page for each one of this. So when you click on the image, you should enter a specific place page. So to do this, first we actually need to create the links of those. So let's see, we are looping through them, but instead of this div, let's put this as a link. Let's add a to attribute, and now let's see. Let's say that the link will be just /place and then slash and maybe the ID of the place. So it's the plus and place.id. Right, let's save. And something went wrong. Okay, looks like this link is not imported for me. Let's try to import this. Yes, now it is imported here. Now I try to click this one and we get place/undefined. We get undefined because it shouldn't be .id, because in Mongo databases we get IDs inside _ID. So let's now try again, and we have place and then the ID of the place. Right, but now we need to fix the route for this URL. So let's go back to app.jsx, and now let's see. We have so many routes here. Let's add another one. Let's do route for path of, let's see, let's do /place and then slash and ID with colon here. And for element, we need to actually, let's see, we need to create page for this one. So I will leave it empty for now, and let's create a file inside pages. So let's do a new file, and let's call this one maybe place page.jsx, and here inside, as always, just export default function and place page like this, and let's just return maybe an empty div, or maybe with a text inside the place page. We can also grab the ID, so the const ID of this place will be, let's grab it from use params like this, use params from React router DOM, and then let's do place page and let's print the ID. Right, now let's use our component here inside our route. Let's do element, and inside let's do place page, not places page, place page like this, and let's put them like this. So now we have place page and then the ID. Right, let's go back to our place page and let's see. First, for this div, let's add some margin from the top. Let's do margin top and let's do maybe 8. Right, and let's see. Single place, what do we have here? We have title and address, and then we have images. Right, so let's do this. Let's do the same. Let's remove this. And first let's do h1, because this will be the main header, and then title. So let's do place title, but we don't have place yet. So I will remove this. And first we need to grab information about this place. So let's do use effect, and here an empty arrow function. Now inside this one, inside this array, we will put ID. So every time this ID changes, we want to run this use effect function again. Here first we are checking that if something is wrong with ID, so let's do question mark ID. If it's empty or something like this, let's just return here and do nothing. Otherwise, let's see, we want to do Axios. So let's import this one. Let's do get, and let's say that our endpoint will be /places / and then ID. And the ID will be just plus ID like this one, and it will add ID to this URL. Or maybe we can even do this fancier strings. So let's do slash place, slash dollar, this one, and let's do ID. And now let's do then, and then response, arrow function. And with the response, what do we want to do? With the response, we want to save our place to a state. So let's do const place and set place equals use state. And let's say default will be null. Right, now let's do set place and let's set it from response data like this. And now let's see if we have this endpoint, and if we don't, let's create it. So let's go to API index.js and let's see, we have places and then we have this one, places and ID, and it does exactly what we need. It just returns the information about the specific place. So we have it. Now let's go to our app and let's see. We have our place. So now maybe let's try to display the title. So it's the place title, and looks like it didn't work. I think the problem is that on the beginning, the place will be actually null. So let's maybe add here, if no place, then let's just return empty string. Okay, let's refresh, still nothing. Let's see, I will do inspect here. Let's do network, let's refresh. Let's see, we are grabbing a place here, but looks like it doesn't work. Okay, we are doing slash place, slash ID. It should be slash places, slash ID. And now we have this header. All right, back in business. Let's make it bigger. Let's add some class names. Let's do text to XL. Yes, and let's see. Yes, maybe we can even add a different color, because as you can see, here they have white. Here underneath they have almost white. So I will do the same for this div. I will add the background gray. Let's do 100. Yes, something like this. But as you can see, we have margins here on the sides. So I will do here negative margins on the sides for this one of 8. And then I will add paddings on the sides of the same number. So it's still centered. Let's see how it looks like comparing to this one. Let's maybe decrease this margin from the top to just 4. And let's add padding from the top to 4. Yeah, something like this. Maybe padding on the above top and the bottom of 4. Yeah, I think now it looks better. Maybe we could add even more spacing from the top and the bottom, maybe 6 or maybe even more. Let's do 8. I think this one will work. Right, underneath, let's do maybe just h2 with address. Let's do place address. It's not the full address, but it's the place name or something like this. And let's say that maybe, you know what, maybe let's do this as a link as they have it. So let's do link, and it has been imported too. And let's say we want to do a search on Google Maps. So this will actually not be a link like this. It will be a tag, and here we'll have ref. And here inside, let's do https maps.google.com slash, I think you should go like this, question mark q equals, and then the place address. So copy this. Let's do plus place address. And I want to open this in new tab. So let's do target, and here just blank. Let's see if this will work. If I click on it, it opens, yes, and it opens this specific place. And now I want to add this underline, and I want to make it semi-bold. So let's add class name, and let's make it display block. I want to make it semi-bold, yes, like this. And I want to add underline. So let's do underline, yes, and I think this will work good. Maybe I will make the header even bigger. Let's do 3XL. And on this link, let's add margin top, or margin on the top and the bottom of 2, at least 2. And yeah, I think this looks good. Now underneath, we want to show the, you can see this is like a box with photos. So let's do this. And inside this box, we have 2 rows or 2 columns. First column that is this big, and then the second column is this big. So first column is 2 times bigger than the second column. So let's try to do this. Let's do div with class name grid, and now let's see, we have a grid, and now let's maybe add a small gap of maybe 2, and now we need to define columns. But the default for tailwind will be columns that will be the same sizing. So to do a custom, we need to do grid columns, and now square brackets. And for our custom, I will do 2fr and then underscore 1fr. And let's see if this will work. First, I need to put something inside. So let's say I will have 3 divs, or maybe 2 divs on the beginning, A and B. And as you can see, it worked because the first A is this big and then B is this big. So now let's try to put the main photo on this A. Let's see, inside, let's check if we have a photo, at least one photo. So let's do place dot photos question mark and dot and 0. So the first one, and end parenthesis, and inside let's put an image, and this image will have the source of well, let's see, I'll put it like this, and let's do http:/localhost 4000/uploads/ and then plus, and then we can do place photos and index 0. We can do just like this. So we have our first photo. Now we can do the same with for the B, but for the B we'll place 2 photos. I will just copy this, I will put it 2 times. Here we'll have first in index 1 and index 2, and here we'll change as well index 1, index 2, and we have now 3 images here. Right, first we need to have a gap here, so let's fix it. On this div that holds those 2 images, let's add some class names, and let's put as this as grid, and then let's add a gap of 2. So now we have some spacing. Let's see how much spacing they have. Yes, I think this is good enough. Now for each photo, we want to make it a square. So let's see. First for the main one, let's put it as a square. So let's put a div, and this image, let's put this inside. And for this image, let's try with a class name, aspect square. And then let's do object cover. Yes, so we have a square. Now we need to add those 2 classes to those 2 images. So let's do class name here, put those 2, and class name here, and those 2, and see, what do we have? Yeah, we almost got this. It differs with this one small few pixels, and I guess this is because of this gap that we added here. So how can we trim this? I think that we can just remove this gap too from here. Now those 2 columns end in the same place, as you can see. And now for the second image, let's just put it inside a div like this. And now let's try to move this image from the top. So let's do relative positioning. Let's do top 2. Let's see if the gap will be the same. Yes, it is. Now we moved the image, but not the div. So for this div, let's add maybe just a border. So we can see, let's do border red 500. Yes, so we can see that the border starts before this space. I don't know if you can see this, but directly under this image, we have directly border. And then from this border, we have some spacing, then the image. And now we can do that everything that is outside of this div will be hidden. So let's do overflow hidden. And that's how we trimmed those 3 pixels from the bottom of this image. Now let's remove this border. We don't need this. And now everything looks really nice. But most of the times we will have more photos. As you can see, I can open my account here, my places, and let's see here, where, for example, for this one, we have like that many places. For this one, we have that many photos, sorry. And we want to display them all. So let's say we'll have a button here if there are more photos. So let's see, here we have this grid. Let's say that even the grid with photos will sit with inside another div where we put a relative as a class name. So let's put this grid inside, and alongside this grid, let's put another div, or maybe just a button, show more photos. Now it's, as you can see, it's here, but we can make this button class name absolute positioning, and because the parent of this button is relative, we can position our button relatively to the parent. So let's do bottom 0, and now we need to also do right 0. So now it's in the bottom right corner, but let's add some spacing. So I will do actually bottom 2, right 2. Yes, and now let's add maybe some padding of top and the bottom of 2, and the sides will be 4. Yes, and let's see how they have this button. It's more whitish and it has black border. So for the button, let's add background white, and let's do rounded corners. So let's do rounded 2XL, and let's add the border, and let's make this border black. Yeah, maybe we can add some shadow. Let's maybe see on other places. Yeah, maybe we can add some small shadow, and maybe we can make this black, more grayish. Let's remove this border and let's just add some shadow. Let's put just shadow, and let's do shadow maybe medium. Yeah, I think this looks good. Maybe we can make it darker. So let's do shadow and let's do black. Now we have a lot of shadow, so let's make it less. Gray 500 will be good enough. Yes, and I think it works pretty nice. We can add maybe an icon for more photos. Let's search for grid, or maybe just dots. No, let's do photo. Let's take this one, and let's see, I'll put this text into new line, and before the text I'll put the icon. Now let's see. Yeah, we need to put this icon next to the text. So let's do flex. Yes, and let's add maybe a gap of 1. Yes, I would like to have this icon, but I don't know if I can find it. So I will skip it for now. Let's just have this icon. All right, so now when we click on this button, for now it's a button, but when we click on this button, we want to show a pop-up with all the photos. So how can we do this? First, let's define a state if we should show all the photos or not. The state, that the name will be show all photos, and set show all photos, and equals use state. Default will be false. Right, and then on this button, let's quickly add on click, and it will be set show all photos, but we need arrow function here, and it will do set show all photos to true, like this. And this way, let's see, I will here add another return if we have show all photos to true. I will here return parentheses, and let's do a div with some class names like and the content, let's put show photos. Right, so now we don't see anything. Let's do like this. Now if I click on the button, I should see just show photos, and now I will make this div to be position of fixed, and I will make it background of white, so it will cover everything. so it covers the logo and everything. And then I will do minimum width of screen, minimum width, let's do full. And then let's do also minimum height of screen. So now it takes all the possible space. And now let's see. Now I want to list all the photos. So let's do parentheses, curly brackets, sorry. And let's check place. And let's do question mark photos, question mark length is bigger than 0. Let's first check this. Then let's do end. And then let's do place photos. Let's do map. And for each photo, let's do arrow function. And here parentheses. And let's put the div here. And here let's just put an image inside to the URL to this photo. So let's do HTTP localhost, but it will be 4000 /uploads / then plus and photo. So now we have all the photos here, but we cannot scroll. But maybe we can fix it by doing position absolute. Yeah, now we have this scroll bar. And I will also change that instead of doing top 0, left 0, and so on, I will do inset 0, which means stretch to the top, left, bottom, right. And I guess now we don't need this minimum full width, so I can remove it. But now I would like to add some spacing. So for all photos, let's put it inside a parent div, and this one. And for this div, I will add some padding of, let's say 8. So we have this padding. I will make this parent div a grid, and I will add a gap between the photos of 4. Yeah, something like this. And on the top, I should be able to have a close button or something like this, right? So here on the beginning, let's add another div, and let's see. I need a close button, so let's start with this one. Button that will be just close photos, and let's search for icon close. Yes, this X mark will be good enough. Let's see how they have it. And they have like a back arrow, and doesn't really matter. I will do X. So let's put this X here. And we have it. Now let's add some class names for this button. Let's put flex and gap of 2, maybe just 1. Let's add some padding on the top and the bottom of 2, on the sides of 4. Let's do rounded corners of 2XL. Yes. And I want this to be black. So let's do maybe background black, and let's see if how this will look like. Let's do also text white. I think it's too dark, so I will just put this as it was as gray, and I will make this button position fixed, and I will add some header here. And I wanted to make this button fixed, so even if we are scrolling, we will see this button here. I will add even for this button some shadow. Let's do gray 500. Maybe let's do shadow black. So we have more shadow here. And next to this button, I want to add a header. So let's maybe do an H2. Let's do photos of, and then the titles. Let's do place title, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, we want to make it bigger. Let's add some class names, text, and let's do 3XL. Yes, I think this will work. Now for this button, let's put this on the right side. So let's do right 0, maybe not 0, let's do right 8. Let's do more like right 12, and let's pull it down. So let's do maybe top of 8. Yeah, I think this will work, at least for now. Let's see how they have it if I put it like this. Okay, they have the black background. We can do the same. So instead of background white, I will do background black like this. And let's do text white like this. almost as they have it. Maybe we can add some more spacing or something. But first let's fix this button so it will be prettier. So we have shadow and stuff. Let's make it a background of white and let's do a text of black. Yeah, and now let's see. This background, black background, stops here. So to fix it, let's see. To fix it, I will add black background even here. Let's do background black. Yes, and then we have even behind the parent of the all images is also a black background. So this one looks really nice. And now let's fix that we can close this. So for this button, let's do on click and arrow function, and let's do set show all photos to false. And now if I click on this button, we get this view. For this link here, for the place, I will add a map icon if we have something like this. Yes, we do. I want the outline version. So let's maybe take this one. And let's scroll down here a little bit. Let's see. Here we have photos. Here we have a link to this place. I'll put the text in separate line like this. And now the icon will go here. And let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I want to make it flex. And now I will add a little bit of gap 1. Can remove the space. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe more margin from the top and the bottom. Let's do 3. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see, maybe we can add some border on the photos or something. No, there are no borders, but I guess we can add some rounded corners on this main div. So let's see, here we have this grid. Let's add rounded corners here. So let's do rounded, and let's do 2XL, and let's do overflow hidden. Overflow hidden, and now we have rounded corners. Maybe we can make them even bigger. Let's do 4XL. No, 3XL. I think 3 is the maximum for those class names. All right, let's see how it looks like here. Yes, let's maybe check other place. Maybe this one. Yes, this one looks really nice. If I show more photos, yeah, I think it looks amazing. So let's close this one for now. And let's see what else do we have. Then we have some more information. So maybe let's print our description. So under this div, that is main div for our photos, let's put another div for description. Let's do place description, and let's put it like this. Let's see how it will look like. I think it looks fine. We just need to add some class names to add margin on the top and the bottom of, let's say, 4. Yes, and let's put this description here. I think we need to have some kind of header. Let's do H2. And here let's just put description. So everyone will know what this text is about. Let's do class name. I will do semi-bold here for font. And let's make this a little bigger. So let's do font, not font, sorry, text. And let's do maybe 2XL. Yes. And well, we have our description. It looks fine. Let's see, they have some photos. Booking, you can book from here. And then we have reviews, map, and then there is this extra information. So maybe we can put it as well. So as you remember, for all places, we have this extra information like, let's see, extra info, check-in, checkout times, max number of guests, and price per night. So let's put it as well. So under this div with the description, I'll put another div and I will put all this info. So here inside, first we need check-in, checkout times. So I will make this div, let's say I will add some class names, and I will make this grid of columns 2. Let's do columns 2. Not like this one, it should be grid columns 2. Grid columns 2. And here inside we'll have 2 divs. First one and the second, let's put A and B inside. And well, on the first one, let's put maybe check-in, checkout time. So let's do bold let's do check in, and let's say we will just display place check in like this, but not inside the bold. Only check in will be bold like this. And let's put a break line here. Maybe we don't even need this bold, so let's do just check in 1400 check out. Let's do place checkout like this. So we have a check in, check out, and what else do we need? Max guests, max number of guests, and let's do place max guests, max guests like this. We need to add break line here. Yeah. And on the right side, let's see what else do we need to display. We need to place this extra information and pricing. So I was thinking that maybe we can add a gray. Sorry, let's go to the home page, and then here I will put an extra gray box as they have it, summary here with extra information and the price. So on the right div here, let's put an extra div with some class names. Let's do background of gray 200, maybe 300, and inside let's put the price colon, and let's do place price like this, and let's do slash per night. Yes, we can add some padding of at least 4 rounded corners, so let's do rounded 2XL. Yes, and maybe we can make this brighter, so let's do 200 here. Maybe we can make it even white, so let's do white, but I will add some shadows. Let's do shadow. Yes, and this looks nice. Underneath, let's do a button to book it, so let's do button with class name primary, so we'll get all those colors, and let's do book this place. And well, for this price thing, let's put it inside H1 with some class names, so it will be bigger. Let's do text maybe to XL, and let's put this inside. Maybe we can just make it as a div because it's not a header. And let's see, this text here should be centered, so let's do text center like this. And for the price, let's put $sign on the beginning. And now let's see. Now it will be nice to show some inputs for check-in and checkout time. So let's do div, and let's do input of type date. And well, here I will add a header. Let's do maybe a paragraph with check in. Maybe we can make it as a better would be to use labels, check in, and then date picker, and then the same thing for checkout. So let's do check out, and this date picker. So it looks like this. But now we need to have some borders and spacing. So for both this div and the next one, I will add some the same styling. Let's add some border just to see where everything is. Let's add padding on the top and the bottom of 4. Yes. Now if we remove the border, let's see how it looks like. Maybe padding, let's change this to margin, so those will be closer to each other. And now we actually need to add some background colors. That's the background gray 200. Let's add some padding here, padding 2. Let's do rounded corners, so we'll have so it will be prettier, something like this. More padding, and padding on the top and the bottom will be 2, but on the sides it will be 4. Yeah, even more. Let's do, even on the top and the bottom, let's do 4. Let's see how it looks like. Yes, I think it looks okay. Maybe we can remove this ugly background, and we can just add some border. Yeah, and let's put them next to each other as they have it. So let's see, we have this margin that we need to get rid of. Now they are next to each other, but on the second one, let's add some margin bottom of 4. So we'll have some spacing from the button, or we can put actually this on the button. So the margin top of 4 on the button. And now, as you can see, we have border on those two. I think instead we can put another div here with just the border, and those two divs we can put inside this one. And on those two divs with borders, we can just remove borders from them, and we can remove rounded corners because we don't need this, and rounded corners can be added here. So let's do rounded to XL, so it's rounded. Now we have this padding of 4, maybe we can decrease it to 3. Yeah, on this one let's add margin top of 4. Yes, and on this one, on the second, we want to add a line between those two. So either bottom border on this one or top border on this one, doesn't really matter. Let's do border top like this, and we have this border here. And now let's see, they have it like this. Yeah, I forgot about number of guests that we need to add as well. So maybe let's do that first. Here we'll have a div with class name flex, and we'll put those two divs here. Instead of border top, we'll have border left here, and under this div with flex, I'll put another one, and here we'll have number of guests. Maybe I will just copy this one and I will put it here, but instead of input type date, I will have the input type number. Yes, instead of checkout, I will have number of guests. Yeah, and on this one, I want to add border on the top. Yeah, so we have something like this, and let's see, they have it as a select. I can have it as a just number. I'll put for now just value of 1. We can change it later. And I think that maybe this whole thing on the right side can be smaller. So let's see. Here we have grid columns of 2. Maybe we can change it to, let's do square brackets, and the first one will be 2 FR and the second will be 1 FR. So we have 66 and 33%. Or the first one will be 2/3 and the second one will be 1/3 of the size. Is it correct? Yes, I think it looks correct. But this one will be for medium screens. The default will be grid columns of 1. Yes. So if it's a super small screen, this will go to the bottom. I think that even the description could be on the left side. So I will maybe try to put this description here inside. See how it looks like. Well, now it's wrong. Let's see. I'll put description here. Yeah, I think now it's a little better. We have this grid. Now from this grid, let's add margin bottom, margin top of 4. Even more, let's do 8 here. Yeah, and we need a gap here. So let's do gap of 4. Maybe more, let's do 8. So we'll have some spacing here. And I think that now it looks pretty nice. Maybe now for this extra info here, we can add some kind of box or something. Let's see, they have just columns of information, but I think we can make a grayish box here. So let's see, we have checkout, check-in, and it's inside this flex here. So we have 2 divs inside this flex. Okay, this is the booking part. Here we have this. Right, so maybe we can first grab this booking widget and we can put it as a separate component, because now we have a lot of code that I don't want to get lost. So inside source, let's put new file, booking widget.jsx. Let's do export default function, booking widget like this. And let's do return parentheses, and here I will just put this div. And now let's put our booking widget here. And it has been, I hope it has been imported for me. Yes, it did. Let's see, booking widget. We don't have place info here, so we need to add this as a attribute. So let's do place, and then let's pass it through from here, place. Yeah, so now it works. But now max number of guests, we have this. Underneath, let's maybe get a div and let's display place extra info if there's any. Yeah, there's some important notice. Let's make some styling here. I want this text to be smaller and gray, so let's do text gray 500. And let's see, not gray 500, text gray 500. Maybe darker, let's do 800, 700. Yeah, and smaller line height, so let's do leading 4. Yes, and now let's add some margin top of at least 2. Yes, so we have some spacing. Right, so this looks fine, but maybe this part should be actually underneath the extra info. So I will grab this and I will put it in the next div. Let's see, we have this one with grid. We can put it underneath. Let's just put it like this. Let's add more spacing on the top and the bottom by doing margin. Let's do 4. And well, let's see. I'll put another div here. And first I will add some kind of header. So let's do header 2 with extra info. And I want to do the same styling that we have for description. So let's see where we have description. Here we have photos. Under the photos we should have description. Yeah, here we have it. I will just copy this part and let's put description here and let's put extra info. So we have extra info, and I can change this to margin bottom of 4, and the margin top will be just let's see 2, maybe just 1. Yeah, and I think it looks fine. Maybe we can put it even as a white part of the page. So let's do div with class name background white, and let's put it here inside. So this now it's white, but let's stretch it to the size. So let's do margin on the X will be -8. So let's do minus here on the beginning, and now let's do padding on the sides of 8, and padding on the top and the bottom of here 8 as well. Yes, now it looks fine, but we have here a gray area because we have some padding from the bottom here. Let's see, we have not here. Here we have margin top, padding on the Y, it's 8. So just change padding top, right? And this extra info is here. So this works pretty nice. And now I want to add some more gray color under this box here. So let's see where it ends. Here we have this grid. Maybe I'll add margin bottom of 4 here. Yeah, so we have some more spacing. I will do this to 8. And I want to add on this white box, I want to add border on the top. Border top. Yeah, something like this. So we have some kind of line here first. And I think this looks nice. Maybe we can make the spacing between the lines bigger. Now let's make this leading 8. That's too much. Let's do 6. Maybe just 4 or 5. Yeah, I think 5 looks nice. There's a more margin top 2. Yeah, I think this will work. So we have a really nice looking page here. And one more thing is that I want to be able to click on those images. For now, I just need to click this one. Then I can see all the images. But I think we should implement the same behavior when I click on the images. So let's scroll up here a little bit. And here we have first image, second and third. And on those 3, I should implement the same on click and the arrow function. And it should just do set show all photos to true. Now it doesn't really matter if you click on the photo or on this button. If you click on the photo, you just show all the photos. If you click on this button, you show all the photos as well. So it doesn't really matter. All right, so maybe I will also, no, I think this looks good. Maybe we can add a hand icon on those images. So let's do cursor pointer. So we'll have this hand cursor. Yes, now it's better. Now if the title is long, it will be behind this button. So let's change it. If we show all photos, let's change this title to add some margin right of, let's see how much of margin right we can do. Let's do 48. Yeah, let's maybe change with 36. I think 36 is enough. Let's do 24. Not enough. Let's do 36. Yeah, so this works. And we can do scrolling. We can close those photos. And yeah, it works. Now let's maybe check another one. Let's check this one. It looks pretty nice. Maybe we can make the photos more rounded corners even in the full size view. So no, they have it as squares. All right, it doesn't really matter that much. Let's leave it as it is. Maybe even more spacing here. So let's do 48. Yes, and I think we'll go with 48. A small shadow maybe will be good. I don't know. Maybe it will be nice with some borders, with some bright, when we have those bright pictures. I don't know. Let's check for this one. I think it looks good. So we can see more photos and yeah, it looks nice. Right, so the next main functionality is that we can actually book a place. So for example, from tomorrow to the end of the week, I want to place two people or maybe one person, and I want to book this place. So how can we do this? Let's make it super simple that when you click on this button, we will have another pop-up and you will just fill all the information like your name and your phone number. That's basically all we need. So let's go to this booking widget and let's see. First, we have those inputs, but we don't have any state for them. So let's do some state. The first one will be check in and set check in equals use state. Default will be empty string. Same for checkout. So let's do checkout, set checkout, and then the third input will be for number of guests. So let's do const and let's do number of guests and set number of guests as the default will be 1. And now let's implement our state for the inputs. So for this one it will be value check in, and on change we'll have event, and let's do set check in on the event using event target value, and we can do almost exactly the same thing for checkout. I will just paste it like this, but here we will have checkout and set checkout. And now let's do the thing for input type number. Value will be number of guests, and on change we will do event set number of guests event target value. Yeah, now we can maybe put this into separate lines so it will be easier to read. So let's put it like this. Now here we got this a little bit wrong. Let's put it like this, and I think it looks fine. So now we have state, and now we can edit this. We can put dates, so from today to the end of the week, and maybe it would be nice to calculate the price if you want. So from this date to this date and times the price. So maybe let's do this. So first I will install something called date functions, date FNS. It's super popular library. Let's go back from API to, let's do cd client, because we want to implement this inside our React app. And let's do yarn add, and let's do date fns. Yeah, and now date fns has a function called, I think, difference in days. So let's see. Let's put here parenthesis, curly brackets, difference in business days, difference in calendar days, the difference in calendar days. Let's import it from date fns. And well, first we want to use this only if we have something inside those two inputs, check in and check out. So let's first check if we have check in and we have checkout, and then parenthesis. And here let's do first React fragment, and then inside, maybe instead of React fragment, we can do span, and inside the span I will place this, and let's do check in and check out. And let's see, we need to transform those two to dates. For now those will be strings, I think. So let's do new date, this one, and the new date, this one. The parentheses here, and let's see. If I select today and end of the week, we have bug displays -6. Okay, we get -6 because the difference between this and this is actually -6. But let's see. Let's calculate the number of days here. Let's do first. Let number of days equals, for now it will be 0 on the beginning. But then if we have check-in and checkout, then let's up the number of days to be equal difference in calendar days. And let's do check-in. Let's do first checkout and then check. All right. And now instead of doing this if here, let's just check if number of days is bigger than 0. And if so, let's just display this number of days here. Okay, so if I change something here, I don't see anything. Let's see why. Number of days 0, check in, check out. Okay, I forgot to put new date here, and same for the checkout, new date. Sorry, same for the check-in as well. Right, now we have bug displays 1 because it's 1 here, 1 day from 18th or to 19th, or number of nights it should be actually called. So maybe we can rename it to number of nights. Yeah, so now it's renamed. And let's see, now instead of number of nights, I want to do times the price. So let's do place.price 200. Let's add also $sign on the beginning, and let's add a space here. And now we have the calculation of the price. So if I make it from today, it will be 600 because to 17th of January it will be one night, 18th will be 2 nights, to the 19th it will be 3 nights, times 200, 3 times 200 will be 600. All right, so now we need also information about the name and the phone number or something. So let's say that if we have the dates, we will display other two inputs for name and phone number and email. So let's see. Here we have number of guests. Under this div, let's check if we have check-in and we have checkout, or we could actually just check if we have number of nights bigger than 0. Then let's do and parentheses. Let's put another div. Let's put some class names. For now, let's leave it empty. And let's say we would show an input for name. So let's do placeholder will be John Doe. So let's do John Doe. John with small o here. So we have John Doe, but maybe I will just copy this part so we'll have the same styling. I'll put like this, and instead of number of guests, I will have a name, or maybe your full name like this, and this will be of type text input, and we need to prepare state for the name, the email, and phone number. So let's do this. Let's add here state, name, set name, default will be empty string. Now email, set email, empty string. Maybe we don't need email. Let's do just mobile, and set mobile. Yes, and now let's scroll down, and let's see your full name, and then we also need the phone number. So when we have dates, let's see, I'll put this date and this date, your full name, and the state will be name here, the value, and on change we will do set name like this, and then underneath, I don't know if we want to put it next to each other or we want to have a line. Let's maybe put it next to each other. I will just copy the label and the input, and the second label will be your phone number, or maybe just phone number like this. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Value will be phone or mobile. Yes, it's mobile, and then set mobile like this. And I think that for type we can use telephone. Yes, and the input type we don't have phone. No, let's do text. No, it should be telephone, like tel, but it's just not styled. So let's go to our main CSS file, index.css, and here for all inputs, let's add also a type of telephone. Yeah, so we have it here as well. Right, and I think it looks good. Now we should be able to, when we click on this button, we should grab all this information, like let's put my name here and like random phone number, and we should be able to save this booking. So how can we do this? Well, let's first create an endpoint. So let's go to API index.js. We have it here, API, and then index.js here, and we have a lot of endpoints. You should probably do later some refactoring and put some endpoints into separate files. But for now, I'll just put all the endpoints here in the same file. It's just 166 lines for now, so it's kind of okay. Let's do up. Let's say that if someone posts at /booking, we want to add the booking. So let's add here arrow function with request and response. And well, in here, first we want to grab information about this booking. So let's do const from request, just request body. And what do we need? We need check-in, check-out, number of guests, name and phone number, and the place. So ID of this place, right? So we need to have place ID. We need to have, or maybe just, we can call it just place. We need to have check-in, check-out, number of guests, and the name. And I don't know if we should call it the phone or mobile. Maybe let's just call it the phone, right? And then when we have all this information, maybe I can put it into 3 lines or something like this. Let's put it maybe like this. When we have this information, what do you want to do? We want to save it into database. So let's create a model first. New file, booking.js. And each booking, let's first grab Mongoose, require Mongoose. And first let's create a schema. So let's do const booking schema equals and new Mongoose schema, parentheses, object here inside. And now let's define all the columns or all the properties in this in each document. So we need the place, and for the place I will put object here so we'll have more information. It will be a type of object ID. So we need to go to Mongoose schema types object ID, and let's make it required. So let's do required true. Next, well, we need check in. So let's do check in. And I guess everything here will be required. Type will be date here. And let's do required true. Checkout, same thing. We can just actually copy this part for checkout. And then we need a name that will be just a string. So we can put it like this, string. And the phone number. So let's do just phone, and it will be string as well. But maybe we should make those required. So let's do type string and require true. And same here, let's do type string required true. So everything is required, right? And maybe let's save price as well in case it changes or something. So let's do price, and it will be just number. We could make it required, doesn't really matter here. Back to index.js, and let's also grab price here as well. Right, and with all this information that we will get from the body sent with Axios, what do we want to do? We want to save it. So let's import our model, but we don't have model yet. So let's define it here. Const booking with capital B, because it will be a class. Booking model equals and then mongoose.model. First is the name, so let's do just booking, and then the schema, so just booking schema. And now module exports, I forgot how it was. Let's see, module exports equals booking model. Okay, now let's use it inside index.js. On the bottom here, let's try to auto import it with my editor here. So let's do booking, and no, it doesn't want to auto import. So let's go to the top and let's do const booking, and booking require models booking, yes. And then let's do booking, and we want to create a booking, and inside we can just put all this info like this. And because this is an async function, this create, I will add a wait here, and I will put async here. Or maybe, you know what, maybe this time we can use that then, so you can learn both. So let's do that then, and let's put arrow function here, and inside let's just respond with JSON. And well, what do we need to have here? We want to respond with, maybe just respond with OK. Yeah, that's actually all we need. Right, so, but here in this dot then we can have an error or the document. So if error throw error, maybe instead of OK, we can just return this newly created document. So our newly created booking from the database. So yeah, I guess now it should work. So let's go to our booking widget. And now let's see, we have this button here. Let's see that on click, it will have some kind of function here called finish, or maybe just book this place. Now we need to define this function here somewhere up. So let's do function book this place. And now when we click on this button, we want to do Axios request. It will be post to /bookings. If I remember correctly, let's see. Booking, we have it here, but let's use plurals everywhere. So let's do bookings. So let's do bookings, and then we need data here for post. So let's put const data equals, and let's put here check-in, checkout, number of guests, name, mobile, but we actually call it phone later on. So I think we can rename this one to phone, and this one to, yeah, set phone. That was really good. So let's do phone. Let's see if it has been renamed some down here. Phone and set phone. Yes, it works nice. So we have the data. We want also to send the price, calculated price, and the place ID. I will put it into several lines because we don't have that much of space. Let's put also place, and I want to send only the ID. So let's do place.id. We do place to do the name, and then place ID, we grab ID from the place. And we also want to send the price. And where do we have the price? We don't have, but we have number of nights down here. Let's move it here above, and let's do price will be actually number of nights, number of nights times place price. Yes, and this should work. Now this data, we can put it here for this post request, and then we can do a wait here, or then, doesn't really matter. Let's mark this one as async, and let's see. Here we can grab from this, we can grab the response. So let's do const. We just need the data from it, or I don't even know if we need any data here. So let's don't grab anything. Instead, when we booked something, we want to go to this booking. Let's say we will have some kind of redirection to here, and then my bookings. And so let's go back to here, and let's see. This data we are sending, let's put this as an object. So I will put it like this, and this post will return response, const response, and then let's say that we want to grab the ID from the response. So let's do const booking ID equals from response data, we want to grab underscore ID, because as we remember, we are just putting the whole object here, the whole document. All right, so now when we have the ID, we want to redirect to this booking. So let's do const redirect, and set redirect, you state default empty string, and then let's do set redirect to booking ID, or maybe just we can do backticks, and let's do /account /bookings and then let's do $, curly brackets, and let's do booking ID like this. And yeah, now let's check here before the first return. Let's first check if we have a redirect, and if we do, let's just do return navigate to redirect like this. All right, now let's maybe test to do our first booking. So let's say that from today to the end of the week, and 2 people, full name, my full name, phone number, let's put 123. Let's book this place, and I clicked and nothing happened. Let's see if we have any errors here, and I think we do. Place is required. Let's see if we are sending place. I will try to click again. It says it's pending. Yeah, we are not sending the place. Looks like we are sending, but it's empty. Okay, it's not ID, it's underscore ID. Now let's try to click this again, and let's see how it was. It's still pending. Let's see about the errors. We are sending check-in, check-out, name, number of guests, phone, place, and price. So it looks like we are sending everything, but we are not having this .catch that we probably should have on this crate. So instead of having this error here, we need to do .catch here, and I can remove this if error throw error. And instead I can do arrow function here on the catch, and here we'll have error, and I will just do throw error here. All right, and now let's try to book this place, and as you can see, we have white screen because it redirected us to /account /bookings and / the ID of this booking. I will go first, go to my homepage, and let's see what is the URL here. /account /bookings, but we don't have any route for this one. So let's now create a route for our bookings. bookings so we can display them. So let's go back to app.jsx and let's see, we don't have anything for bookings. So first we need to add a page for bookings. So inside source pages, let's create a new one, new file, bookings page.jsx, and here inside as always export default function bookings page, and let's just return a parenthesis, a div with bookings, or maybe my bookings here, my bookings go, or my bookings here, doesn't really matter. And I guess we will also need a page for a specific booking to see one single booking. So let's do new file. We have bookings page. Let's do also booking page singular.jsx. And here as always export default function booking place, and it will be return parenthesis div. Let's put single booking, and let's grab an ID here that we will put from our routes as a const ID from use params, like this, single booking colon, and then let's print the ID. Now let's go back to app.jsx and we can add two routes. The first route, let's add to the bottom. First route will be to path of /account/bookings, and it will be element of bookings page plural, because for all bookings, to display all the bookings. And then for a single booking, let's do the same thing, but let's add here an ID. So let's do colon ID, and element will be actually, let's see, booking singular booking place page, sorry, booking page. I cannot find singular booking page. Sorry, I have misspelled here. It should be booking page, not place. Let's see, booking page singular, like this. So my bookings here, this is this one, and for singular, let's see, I will go back here to this specific booking, single booking, because we have this ID inside URL. But first, let's display all the bookings. So my bookings, and let's go to bookings page. And first I want to display those links that we had here. And those are called, as if I remember, account navigation. So let's put it like this. Let's go to my bookings, and looks like it works. Now we have navigation underneath. Let's put the div here, and let's see. We want to have just a list of all the bookings. So let's say that first we need to grab our bookings, and we need an endpoint for this. So why not, let's go to our API index.js, and let's add a get endpoint for /bookings. And bookings are always private. So let's say that here we'll have a request and response. And here, because bookings are private, we want to first grab the token and everything. So from, let's see, I will copy paste this token part. Let's grab the token from cookies, like this. And then we need to this JWT token verify, and then we'll have user data. But you know what? Maybe because it repeats that much, I can put it as a separate function. So for now, I'll create a small function here and get user data from token, and we'll have token here as a param. And then let's see, we have token. Then after we have token, we need to do this verify. So let's do this verify, and then we need to close this parenthesis here. And here inside, after this async, we get this user data. Let's check first if we don't have any error. If we do, let's just do throw error. But if we don't, we can just return this user data. But we cannot return it here because it will be returned to this function and we want to return it back here. So to fix it, I will do return new promise with resolve and reject. I'll add a semicolon here, and let's put those two things, those lines here inside. And now if we have here, instead of return, let's just do resolve, and inside let's put user data. Okay, and now we should be able to do get user data from token. So let's maybe we can do just put a request here. It will be even better. And instead of token, let's do request cookies dot token, right? And now we can use this get user data from token. Let's just put request here. And because this is a promise, it returns a promise. We can do await here. Now we need to add async here, and we can grab just user data like this. Okay, and now maybe I can put it somewhere at the top here, maybe here. We have user data. So what's the next thing we want to do? We want to grab for the user ID inside this. If you remember, it's just user data.id, not underscore ID, just ID, because we assigned it as ID. Let's see, I can show you again. When we log in here, we assign this token with ID without underscore. But we get the user ID, and then what we want to do, we want to respond with JSON with all the bookings. So let's do bookings, booking, and let's find all the bookings where we want to do where the person who booked, or not even the person who booked. And because we don't have this information, you are probably not logged in. Let's see, inside booking, we don't have information about the user ID. So we need to actually add it. Let's put user, and let's do type will be object ID, and let's put it as required true. Yeah, you need to be able to see your bookings. You can book anonymously. I'm sorry, I can't spell it. As an anonymous person, but well, let's make it require that you need to be logged in. So let's see, I will refresh this database here, and this booking, we had this one booking. Actually, we have two. I will delete both of them. So I will remove this one as well. And well, yes, we have user that we need to add for our booking. So let's see, here we are booking. Let's grab user ID here as well. So let's do const user data, and let's grab it from await, get user data from token. Let's do request like this, and let's mark this one as async. We have user data, so we can actually pass another info like user to be user data.id, right? And now the same thing for bookings, where we search for all the bookings. We want to check that user is user data.id. We want the user to be actually the ID from our user data from the token. Maybe we can rename this function to, it's not actually get data from token, it's get user data from request. Yeah, so let's have it like this. Right, and we are responding with JSON, with booking find, but this one is async, so we need to add here await again. And now let's see. Now let's go back to our bookings page JSX, and let's add use effect, empty arrow function, no dependencies, so empty array here as the second param. And here let's do axios get / bookings. Let's do then this time, and then we will get response, and inside response data we will have bookings. So let's put them as state bookings, set bookings, and use state. Default will be empty array. Here we will do set bookings, and let's do just response data. Yes. And now let's try to display them. So let's try that bookings as the question mark dot length, if in case if this is null or something is bigger than 0, then let's do bookings map, and let's do that each booking should look like this. Let's do parentheses, div, and let's maybe start with dates. So let's put booking check in to booking check out. So I don't see anything, but let's see if we have anything. Bookings, let's see response, empty array, because we don't have any bookings in the database. So let's book something. I will book this one from today to the end of the week for 2 people. With the name should be my name, and it should be pre-filled. So let's fix it. Inside booking widget, we are actually logged in, so I can actually book this place. So I can actually pre-fill the name from the currently logged in user. But you know what? It would be weird to book stay at the place that I own. So I will quickly add a different user. I will register. Let's add me as a user. David Pashko. Let's do david@example.com, and let's do password. It will be David. Register. Now I can log in. Let's log in. David@example.com. Let's do David. Login successful. And well, let's go to this one. Let's try to book it. Let's from today to the end of the week. Number of guests, let's do 2. Now I can pre-fill my full name. So let's see, we are inside the booking widget, and here we can grab user from user context. So let's use context, user context, and let's see what is the name here for this user info. It's just user. So let's do const, and let's grab user from the object of the information that we are providing here with this context. Right, and now we can actually do that when this changes, we can update the name. So when this we see that it's logged in, we can update the name. So let's do use effect, here arrow function, and the second will be array, and the only dependency will be just user. So if the user changes, first we check if we have a user, and if we do, we want to do set name of this user name. I think it's just username, right? And now let me pick the days again. Let's see, and it pre-filled my name. I can change it if I want to the booking. I can add my middle name, David Oscar Pashko, and let's see, phone number 123, and number of guests, let's put 2. Let's book this place, and we are on this, we booked, and we are on the page of this booking. Let's go back to our account, my bookings, and we have our one booking. That looks weird because it shows dates from the database, but we are going to fix it, so no worries. Let's go back to bookings page, and we are now just displaying the dates. So now to fix it, let's think, what do we want to see? We want to see maybe something that John Doe has here for my accommodations. So a place, the place with a photo and stuff like this. So let's see where we are grabbing the bookings. Let's see what the data we have. We have one booking with check-in, check-out, price, place, but for the place we only get the ID. There's a nice feature called populate function for Mongoose. So let's go back to index.js, and for this booking, let's open this one. We define this place as object ID, but we didn't add a reference. And so let's put reference will be actually a place. So reference is actually the name of the object, the name of the model that we want to reference to. So for us, it will be just place. And it will try to grab this ID and try to find on the places model, the place with this ID. So let's go to index.js. And now we can do something like this. We try to find bookings for this user, but let's add a dot here and let's add populate. And here we can do just add place. And now if I refresh here, let's see, bookings, we have this booking and the place is still an ID. Let's quickly go back here. Let's see, not require place. It should be, sorry, reference place. Now if I refresh, let's go back to bookings, one booking, and place is not longer an ID. Place is an object and it's a full object of this place. So now we have some more information that we can use. So let's go back to bookings page and now let's see. So for each place we are now, for each booking, we are now displaying the check-in and checkout time. But first I want to display a photo. So let's display a photo. But we are doing this so many times that we are checking if there's any photo and stuff like this. And so maybe we can do now this one time and we can put it as a separate component so it will be easier to reuse. So let's maybe go to my places or just places page. And we had this code summary here. We are checking if there are any photos and then we are displaying this photo. So let's grab this one and let's put it as a separate component. So let's do here source, new file, and let's do place emg.jsx. And here let's do export default function place image. And we will need a place here as a property, but here we'll just do return. And this, we could actually do that if we don't have any photos. I will remove it for now. If place photos, let's do question mark length. If there is 0, let's do just question mark. Then we will just return empty string. But here we will do just this image part because we know there is an image, right? And then we can have another property of index. So we can add it here and make it default to 0. Let's add it here, index. Yes, we can add also a class name. So let's do a class name. And let's say that default will be null. But here we will check if class name, if no class name, then we will do class name to be actually object cover like this. And here we can do just class name to be class name, right? So now we can reuse it back to places page. So here we can do place image and we need to pass the place and that's it. Now we can reuse it back inside our currently visible bookings page. Let's put maybe inside under div and let's put place emg and place to be just place like this. And we don't have any place variable because it sits inside this booking.place. And now we have it here. So now we can make it smaller. So let's add the class names on this div above. And let's make it width of 48. Yeah, something like this. And this one, div for this booking, let's make it flex. Yes. And let's add a gap of 4. And let's add the background of light gray. So let's do gray 200. Yes. And yes, that will work. Let's maybe do rounded corners here, rounded to XL. and let's do overflow hidden. So we'll have rounded corners even on the image. And then the second div will be the right part. Let's put this dates here. And first here, let's put above the name of the place. So let's do booking.place.title. And for this div, let's add some class names to have some padding from the top and the bottom of 4, or maybe at least 3. And for this H2, I want this to be a little bigger. So let's do text XL. Yes. And now I want to format those dates. So I will import format function from date functions, datefns, the library that we added for our React app. I'll put check in here. And the second param is the format. So I guess if we do like this, it will be a year. Let's do like this. Okay, this didn't work because we need to first convert this one to date. So let's do new date like this, and I hope this will work now. Yes, it does. Let's put year, month, didn't work. Maybe this, capital M, yes, like this. And then days with double D, yes, it works. Now let's do the same format for checkout. So let's paste it here, but for checkout, yes. And that looks good enough, but I will put it inside a div so we can, I don't know, change the size of it, or I don't know. But on the bottom, I will add another div and I will show the booking price. So let's do booking.price, and I will add $sign, and let's put price, or maybe total price, colon, and here let's put also number of nights, and let's do booking number, booking, we need to calculate the number of nights. So let's do difference in calendar days, like this. Import from date functions, yes. And now from the checkout, so let's do new date, booking checkout, to new date, booking check-in. And now number of nights 6, total price this one. Let's add the break line here on the end. Yeah, so this one looks nice. Maybe we can add some kind of line here above. So let's do a class name, and let's do maybe border top, and border color of gray 300. Yeah, so we have a line here, and this left part, it's, as you can see, it ends here because there's no more content. Let's put grow, so it will go all the way to the end here, and we will add padding right of 3, so this line will not go all the way. But we will add also margin top of 2, and maybe padding on the top and the bottom of 2. And well, I think this looks fine. Now maybe we can change this from number of nights 6 to 6 nights, like this, and then we can do this line and total price. So let's try total price this, right? And let's make it bigger. So let's do class names here, and let's do text XL. So we have 6 nights, total price this, and maybe for the dates I will add the calendar icons, and I will change this arrow to be a real arrow. So let's do right arrow like this. So we have an arrow, and now let's add this arrow as in a separate line. Then we have another date, and then let's add a calendar icon. Let's copy this one. Let's put it here, and let's put it also here. Now let's see how it looks like. Well, it doesn't look like it should. Let's put flex on this, and now it's much better. But let's add a gap of 2 everywhere. Yes, and I think now it looks better. Let's put also items center. But now we have even gap between the dates and the icons. I think that instead we can put both the date and the icon into separate div with just class name flex. So those will be closer to each other. Same here, div class flex, svg and formatted date. Let's put inside. So now the date is closer to the calendar. And yeah, I think it looks fine. Right, and now we can also add that on both those flex with, we can add a little bit of gap 1 and items center. So the calendars will be centered with the dates. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Maybe we can have like a night icon. Yes, we can. So now instead of doing 6 nights, we can also add icon. Maybe here on the beginning. So we have 6 nights, and let's put the into a flex like this. So we have 6 nights. Let's add a gap of 1 here. So we have some kind of gap between the icon. Let's see, can we have an icon for money? Yes, we can. Let's maybe take this credit card. And let's put another div with class name flex and the gap of 1. Let's put the icon here. And let's put also this total price thing here underneath. Now let's see. And I think now it looks much better with the icons. All right, so maybe this 6 nights, we can put it the calendars next to this 6 nights. So let's put colon here, 6 nights, and now those calendars here. Let's see, I will cut them from here. I will remove this div from here, and let's see, 6 nights underneath, and let's put it like this. But on the first, let's put some maybe margin left of 2. Yes. And let's see, now we have a lot of things here going on. The first div with nights. Let's add margin bottom of 2 and margin top of 2 as well. Yeah. And let's take the text and let's make it smaller. Text SM. Yes, it looks better. Let's do also text to be more grayish. Let's do 500. Let's make it regular size. Yes, and now for this total price, let's make it bigger. Let's do text XL. Didn't work for text extra large. Didn't work for here. Let's see, do I need to text large? No, didn't work. Let's try to put this into span with text large here. Total price. Let's do text to XL. Okay, now it worked. Let's make also the icon bigger. So let's do with 7 and have 7. We can maybe do 8. And yes, and I think this will work. I will add more margin from the top somewhere here. Margin top, let's do 4. Yeah, so we have some more information. Right, now the whole thing should be a link. So let's see. Here we are looping through. Let's change this to a link. We need to add a to attribute. Let's put class names on a separate line. Or maybe it doesn't matter. I will put backticks this time, and let's do /account /bookings and booking ._id, and that's it. Now if I click on this one, we are on the single booking of this. I don't know if we need a single booking actually. We can actually just display the same thing. So or maybe we can display more information. So for the booking, single booking, let's go to booking page, JSX, and let's grab our booking. So actually we can reuse the endpoint that we grab all our bookings. So let's do this, and we can just filter out the bookings that we don't need. Arrow function here, and the dependency will be ID. Here we check if we have ID. Then let's prepare state, booking, and set booking, and default will be use state and it will be null. And now I will use Axios as always. Let's do get and let's do /bookings and let's do then response arrow function, and then inside response data we have a list of all bookings for this user. So in case there are many, let's do filter and let's check that let's distract the ID and let's check that the ID is the same as this ID. Okay, that was dumb because we cannot have the same names, but let's maybe call this whole response booking, and let's check that response booking ID, or actually we could do this because we have underscore ID here. So let's distract underscore ID and let's check that our underscore ID that comes from bookings underscore ID is the same as ID from the URL. And we don't want to filter, we actually want to do find. And let's do const found booking equals this. And if found booking, let's do just set booking to found booking. So we are grabbing all the bookings for our user, if there are many. But we are trying to filter out on inside our React to just grab the only one that we need. Right, here, before we do any return, if we don't have any booking grabbed, let's just return empty string. So in case it's loading, we are not showing anything. So I don't know if you can see, but if I refresh, on the beginning we have this logo, but we don't have the single booking and ID and stuff. Right, but when we have the booking and we have the place and everything, we have all the information. Let's maybe display some photos. So I would like to display the photos the same way we did it here. So actually I would like to display everything, maybe not everything, but the title and then this link and then the gallery here. So how can we do this? We need to first go here to this component called the place page, and we need to make this as a separate component. I think we have gallery as a separate component. Let's see. No, we don't. So let's maybe start with this gallery. Those images, this button, and then the pop-up that shows here when we click show all photos. So first let's grab this relative. Let's see where it ends. Relative div. Yes, let's grab it from here. Now we don't have any photos, but we are going to add it inside source. Let's add new component here called the place gallery.jsx, and let's do export default function place gallery, and for properties we are going to need place information. Right, and then let's do return, and I will just put all of this that I have just cut it from the previous place. Here we can just do place gallery. We need to pass the place to be equal place, right? But now this button doesn't work, and this is because, as you can see, we are on place gallery, we are using state that we don't have here. So let's copy even the state, this set show all photos, and this pop-up. I'll grab first this pop-up and I will put it into place gallery like this. And now even this state, let's grab it from here and let's put it into place gallery here like this. And we need to import use state. So let's do this, use state. Yes, and now it works and our place page is much shorter. It's just this short. Right, but now maybe we can even export this link as a also separate component. So this link is here. So let's cut it from here and let's put it as a separate component as well. So inside source, maybe we should have another directory for components, but maybe we can refactor it later because we have a lot of files inside source here without any extra directories. But let's do address link.jsx, and now let's do export default function address link, and let's say that inside we just need an address, or we can just grab it like this. Children will be actually the address, and let's do return parentheses. Let's do like this. Instead of place address, we can do just children. And let's see, we are using the same thing here, place address for Google Maps URL. Let's do just children. And now I can show you how to pass this children thing. So here inside our place page, as you can see, this thing disappeared. We can do just address link, and the children is actually the thing that we have between the opening and the closing here. So let's do place address. Yeah, so this should work. Let's see why it does work. We have children here. Objects are not valid React child. Okay, maybe we cannot use it like this. Maybe we actually need to have it as a property. Or maybe we need to grab it like this. Yes, now it's fixed. Sorry, I forgot about curly brackets here. Because we can have other properties like property1 and stuff like this. And we can have, for example, here class names. So I will add a property class name, and by default it will be empty. It will be null. So if no class names, I will put those as default. Let's do class name equals, and let's put those as default. Let's put those like this, and maybe we can add underline and those even if we have any classes here. So let's do class name, and let's add space and those. So if we are passing anything here, we are adding only semi-bold and underline. But if we are not passing anything, then we are also adding flex. I think flex should be even here, so let's add it. Gap 1, let's also add it as default. Maybe not default, but for all possible links. And block and margin free will be only if we don't have any class names passed as a property. And here should be plus equal, like this. All right, now let's see. We have this thing here, but it looks weird. Let's see, class name we are adding, but we are not using this. So let's do class name, like this. And now it works. Now we can use some stuff. Let's see. First, let's grab this header place title, and let's put it into our bookings. So I will do here. Here we have small warning, I will fix it later. Let's go back to booking page, and here where we have our booking, I want to grab booking.place.title like this, but let's add some spacing from the top and the bottom. So let's do margin on the top and the bottom of maybe let's do 8. Yes, and then I want to put address link with some class names like margin on the top and the bottom of 2, and it will be block. And here inside I need to put booking.place.address. Yes, and now I want to have a place gallery. Place gallery, I need to pass the place. So let's do booking.place like this. But here between this thing and the gallery, I will add a div with some background gray, let's say 500. And here we have booking information. So the dates. So dates, let's put dates here, and let's change it to 200. Let's add some padding of 4 on each side. Let's do margin bottom of 4, and let's do rounded of 2XL. Yes, and inside let's put even H2, your booking information, And let's add the class name to make it text XL. Yes, and and here I want to put the dates. Actually, the same dates that we have here. But this time I will just copy paste it. So let's do a bookings page, and let's see. Here we have those difference in days. I will grab all of this, maybe even including this div. So let's copy this. Maybe I should actually, this is a lot of HTML. I will put it as a separate component. So let's do a new file. And how can we call it? Let's call it maybe booking dates, booking dates.jsx. And let's do export default function, booking dates, like this. Let's do return. And here I will just place everything. And as you can see, booking is underlined because it's missing here. So I will add it like this, booking. So we have all the information, and back to bookings page. And from here, I can grab this, all of this, and I can do just bookings dates, and I can just place booking like this. And actually we can now use the same component for booking dates here inside, but there are some class names here that maybe we don't want to use. Let's remove those margin top and so on. I will cut it from here, and let's see. And I will add it to class names, class name equals, and let's pass those. And now let's see. I will go to my bookings, and now it doesn't have this text gray 500 because this property is not used inside. Let's see. So we need to grab class name, and here we have those class names, and we just need to add those from properties. So the class name, and let's add space here. All right, now let's go to a booking page. So a single booking, and now instead of dates, let's put booking dates. And the booking is actually just a booking, and like this, and we have 6 nights, blah blah blah. And we can add maybe some margin bottom of 2 here. And well, for this whole div with booking information, I want to add the margin bottom of 4. Let's do more, let's do 6. And let's do the same for the top. So let's do margin from the top and the bottom of 6. All right, and the padding, let's do even more. Let's do 6 instead of 4. So we have more spacing. And now on the right side of this, I want to have the total price. So here we have this main div. I will make it flex, and inside I will have 2 divs. And the left side, that will be this, and the right side, that will be total price, and then the price, booking that price. So we have total price and this. Let's put this total price inside div, and same with this booking price. And now I want the space here to be as big as possible between those 2 columns. So let's say space between, no, sorry, it's justify between. Yes, and now let's see, booking price. Let's add some class names here. Let's do text 2XL, or maybe even 3XL. Let's add $sign here. And on this div, I want to add the class names here as well. And I want to make it this primary pink. So let's do primary, background primary, like this. Let's add padding of 4. Let's make text white. Yes. Let's do rounded 2XL, rounded corners. And well, more padding. Let's do padding 6. And for everything here, we have this flex justify between. Let's do items center. So everything inside will be centered horizontally, also vertically. All right, and booking information, let's do 2XL, so it will be bigger. And maybe more margin bottom. Let's do margin bottom 4. Yes, And I think that's it. We could also add other information about this place underneath if we want to. The same that we have, let's see here. It's not that important, I think. You can add it yourself. So that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed the project, and if you did, please click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. If you want me to add any more features to this project, let me know in the comments. Otherwise, I hope I will see you in the next video. So thanks for now, and see you later.